here on the feed.
Good, how are you?
We can hear.
It's 9:05. I'll call this work session to order. Ms. Wilson, do we have a confirmation of notice to the media?
Yes, sir.
All right, I declare we have a quorum. We don't have one absent at this time. Now I ask for approval of the agenda. Any changes? So moved. Motion, Mr. Carpenter, we have a second.
Second.
Ms. Biggs, all in favor? Show of hands. Ayes have it. All right, Dr. Thomas. Show is yours.
Good morning, Chairman Bell and trustees. My team and I have worked on re-entry plans for the 2020-2021 school year. And we do have someone who's going to come, Mr. Justin Newfield as well. But we're going to start, I'm going to ask Dr. Finley to actually start discussing some of the information regarding the defect numbers as well as calendar information. So our goals definitely are to provide students with the best learning opportunities possible. And our ultimate goal for Lawrence County School District 55 is to return to in-person 5 days a week school as soon as it's safe to do so. Just remembering that our greatest priority is on the wellness, safety of our students and our staff.
One of the things that we have been talking about with our CARES funding, I don't think we ever did a presentation to let you know exactly how we budgeted our CARES funding, but some of that discussion came up last time of don't we have CARES funds for that? Don't we have CARES funds for that? So whenever we submitted our plan back in, and there comes a packet around, so I'll let you get those so you can see the numbers better. As part of our CARES funding, we did allocate our $1.6 million in the different pots. We had 12 different areas that we could allocate money from. So what we focused our funding on, a large part of this was technology, making sure that we were having the devices for our students to have, looking at updating our administrative and our teacher devices, and also having some funds in there for our e-learning platform. Some of that's courseware, some of that's for e-learning also. So you can see that first section of roughly a little over $1 million that took place to carry for our 11th and 12th graders who are getting new laptops, and those are actually Dell laptops, not Chromebooks. What we had just found out whenever we went e-learning, there were some classrooms that required more than a Chromebook platform. So we went ahead and did that for our 11th and 12th graders to give them the experience of a true laptop versus a Chromebook. And we also purchased and put money toward a K1 2-in-1 device. And I think Mr. Finley will talk about those a little bit later in his presentation. But we did want to go ahead and give you an update about where we spent the technology for the student device upgrade and replacements. That was for some broken devices, some lost devices, and also part of that replacement plan because we had so many that were going out of date. With the teacher administrator and the network rework, we did some of the work there to make sure that we were providing our teachers with laptops versus their desktops. We also had to update some switches and some network components in our schools, and then the platform that I mentioned with the courseware and the e-learning materials. We also budgeted some money for, we just knew that we would have some lost materials. Some of that's to cover those textbooks that did not come back from the classroom, from home. And so we budgeted basically $2,000 per school for that. We had an additional expense due to outdoor graduation that we budgeted there. This included the stage, the sound system that was outside, some additional fees that we ran into by providing masks to everybody that came in, and also the hand sanitizer that we provided everybody that came to graduation. We also have budgeted $2,000 per school for health supplies, additional PPE, hand sanitizer, that kind of stuff. We have found that that is nowhere near the money that we need, so we'll do an amendment to this shortly. But we'll need a lot more than those $18,000 that we had budgeted there. We were allowed to claim reimbursement for the deep clean that we did immediately after shutdown, that we had our contracted services and all of our custodial staff to go through every building and basically wipe down every wall in every building as part of that deep clean and sanitize the entire district facilities that we had, and they even came here and did that also. So we were able to claim that back for the expenditures that we had there, and we've also budgeted more cleaning supplies that we're going to go above there. And again, that's another area that those devices for cleaning are much more expensive than we had initially budgeted for. We also have monies there for summer school, after school programs, and also bus transportation. This is where we'll do some amendments to move that money back into some additional PPE and some additional cleaning supplies as we go forward. And then every federal grant allows you to pull some indirect costs off, and that's a percentage that basically allows the district to claim the expense that it takes to run a grant. And so that basically rolls into general fund that we can use to kind of help pay the different salaries for those program managers in our finance department. Any questions about the CARES funding? This was submitted early to mid-June. They gave us kind of a go ahead and start purchasing that. And so we did start those purchases for that technology immediately upon submission of the line. Okay, any questions? Okay, after the governor's presentation about a week ago, he mentioned in there that he was recommending a possible school calendar change. So we wanted to make sure that we had that available for you to review part of this meeting. So we did work with Clinton as we typically do about what those days would look like and what our calendar would look like if we did go with the governor's recommendation to bump back up to a September 8th first day of school for students. What this would look like, we did have to still keep in our 5 additional days for leap. So that would be the week before Labor Day. And then you would also have the 5 days for the teacher work days that were already built in from the previous calendar that you amended a couple of weeks ago. So what does that look like as part of our LEAP schedule? We looked at, and I need to see it on this screen, my glasses fell off my car somewhere between Walmart and home. So I'm waiting on new glasses to come back. So we did take the recommendation from the board about providing additional kind of orientation days for 6th and 9th graders. So the 6th grade students, the LEAP schedule would allow students to come in for 2 instructional days for transition, orientation, and assessments. 7th and 8th would be 1 instructional day, and that would be provided by the LEAP funding. For K-5, they would just come in 1 day a week for those screenings and those assessments for those students. For our 9th graders, LEAP does not provide funding for 9th grade students to come in for their pre-assessments, but we felt like this would be a good time since we're already running buses, we already had the rest of our assessments going in to try to go ahead and get these students in to also provide their assessment and also a day for them to do orientation. The issue is with 9th graders is that we have to provide that funding. Whenever you look at the 9th grade, if they come in 1 day, it would be 10 teachers for 5 days to be able to socially distance, and that would cost us $18,000. If we provided 9th graders with a 2-day orientation where they could come in and do their assessment, get familiar with their school setting, and also learning their teachers, that would require 16 teachers for 4 days to also adhere to those guidelines, which would cost us $25,000.
Now, how would that, you're talking about bringing these students in, you're talking about bringing all of them in?
For the 6th and 7th, for the 6th graders, they would all be assigned 2 days. So sixth graders would come 2 days and
But I
divide
mean,
half
I'm
of them
talking about bringing all sixth grade students.
over the course of the 5 days. Yes, ma'am. So you would have half the kids there for sixth grade, 2 days, and the other half for another 2 days. The seventh and eighth graders would be divided in fifths. So you'd have a fifth of each grade level going through. So if we had 100 students at Lawrence Middle in seventh grade, 20 to 25 kids, seventh graders would come each day, 20 to 25 eighth graders would come each day, and then 50 sixth graders both of those days.
So you go by, advertise their last name, or how do you do it?
We would probably,
25.
we'd probably adhere to the, what we're going to present with our alphabet, with our green and gold teams, color groups, and kind of look at them that way. But then those, that's only half the kids, so we'd break those up into alphabet. And if a parent had an issue with that, we'd work with individual people if they couldn't come the day that they were assigned.
So we've got this proposed calendar here that's already been voted in by L56.
56 did go ahead and want those additional 2 weeks prior to starting school.
So, I mean, if we don't do that, I mean,
We'll just work through, we'll have we've had different calendars in the past. It very rarely, like last year, they did a makeup day different than we did. They took it earlier, we took it later. So we have had some changes in calendars that we have not adhered to, with both districts doing identical the same thing. It's nowhere written in policy that we have to be identical. We just try to provide that for our community, but there's nothing to say that we couldn't go ahead and use the calendar that's already approved.
What about the virtual academy?
Virtual Academy, that would propose a little bit more of a scheduling issue for us. But that's something that, as we meet, we have a group meeting with 55 and 56 on Thursday, that we could talk through what that looks like and how many teachers we would need and what our schedule would look like.
is that, like the virtual academy part of it, is that something that the two boards should be involved in as well to determine? I mean, I'm just talking, we're just having a work session here, so, as far as determining start date and that kind of stuff.
Well, I think what our start date has to be, excuse me, whenever we look at our virtual academy is not a school. It is a school within schools, so every student will stay enrolled in their home school. So whenever they're tied to their home school, they're tied to our district calendar, which is tied to our school, which is tied to the attendance that we have to report for each one of those kids. So if we were doing a separate school, we could have a different calendar for a school, get that approved by the state. But since we're not creating this as a new VEDS code, because some of those kids will kind of come and go after the first semester, I think we'll be looking at kind of a harder thing if you're moving in and out of a school versus just in and out of a section inside of school. So you have to re-enroll them in another school. So we didn't go after a VEDS code for our virtual academy. Neither district did. We just kind of were leaving those kids enrolled at their home school, changing the teacher of record. That class is being taught virtually versus them coming in face to face.
But if they chose to go into the face-to-face after winter break,
Right.
then, if they don't, the virtual school doesn't start till September 8th, say, and L55 is starting August 24th, and L56 is starting September 8th, and virtual starting September 8th or whenever. And then we've got kids that are in virtual wanting to come in face-to-face after winter break.
Right.
And I think if I may, the virtual school for the Lawrence 55 students would have to adhere to whatever calendar is approved for our district. So the virtual students that are in the academy for the Lawrence 55 students, they will be adhering to the Lawrence 55 calendar.
So our students would start the academy 2 weeks before class.
So, but what if the teacher that they've been assigned is an L56 teacher? So are they now starting 2 weeks before the rest of their staff?
that would be something that we would definitely have to work out. I guess once we know the definite calendar, then we would just have to work out logistically, where those students are assigned to as far as the teachers. So that would just be a matter of logistics that we would have to figure out. Our goal is that our students will mostly be with our all 2-5 teachers, but there are cases, depending on numbers, when it could be a teacher from different districts. So that would just be a logistical matter.
And if we've got students in L55 that have a L56 teacher, then who pays for that in a virtual academy?
What we're looking at is and we've got a slide later on when we talk about the virtual academy numbers that if we need to jump to, I can jump to. Whenever you look at the actual numbers that we'll be serving, there may be a case where we need a teacher from Clinton that's teaching a 3rd grade classroom to pick up 8 of our kids, but we might have a 4th grade teacher that's picking up 10 of their kids. So it would still stay that district's teacher, whoever is kind of they're already working for, but just kind of knowing their caseload may be spread between the 2 districts. So if it becomes a case that, for example, like with our prep academy, where they're not sending us a teacher, they contract with us to provide the teacher. If there are situations that we may end up with a lot more teachers serving a lot of their kids, we'll look at a compromise of what that looks like. We're both in it to be fair to each other. So we would just kind of look at those numbers as they kind of fall out. And that's part of what we're doing on Thursday or Monday based on when we close registration. So look at how those numbers fall out.
And Jody, other than the fact that the governor suggested September 8th, why would we need to change to September 8th?
Part of what we've been looking at, and I think one of y'all asked, do we need to start this to give us more time to get materials checked out, to get our students re-registered for virtual school, to get all that kind of planning done. If you task us with starting as normal day as approved, we'll get it done. Having 2 extra weeks to get all those schedules and materials and all the technology out, we'd be more than happy to take it to be able to provide that extra time to make sure that everybody's in the right virtual setting. But knowing that we'll close registration between both districts either Thursday or Friday this week, then you're looking at almost roughly between the 2 districts, a little over 2,000 students to schedule in a virtual academy. So that's larger than almost the size of their district, well over the size of our high school to get rescheduled.
And what does it look like for AP testing? Because we were already taking 2 weeks from that after Christmas break
Right.
and giving that first semester. So that's already 2 weeks that we're taking away from those students and an opportunity for instruction. Now we're adding on additional time to that would take away from their instruction. So their window of opportunity for AP testing is being cut very short. And complaints from teachers are that they don't have enough time now.
Right.
But yet we're going to take several more weeks away from them.
We have not heard from College Board as in what they'll do for their change in schedule. They really worked with districts this year to provide an at-home virtual test that they could take from home and then actually have to
Right,
come
but
in.
it was the same date. The
Okay.
date was not changed.
Okay. So we have not heard from College Board if they'll change that. A lot of our courses are paired with, some of our courses are paired that they take an honors level in the fall and the AP in the spring. So they have kind of a year-long free kind of content to that. So some of those schedules can still happen that way. But as in that test being moved back, that's a College Board discussion that I have not heard if they're going to do that yet. I did find out some more information about the dual enrollment question. Dual enrollment, we have heard back from both USCU and Piedmont Tech that Piedmont Tech's VPs were getting ready to meet and kind of discuss what that looks like. Clinton was told that they're very much going to work with us. I was told they were about to meet, so we don't have their decision yet. USC Union Lawrence said that they will modify and work with us. They're looking at moving the teacher schedule that they have for their adjuncts up 2 weeks or kind of back to the calendar a couple of weeks so that they're actually starting on their September 8th date that we may possibly be looking into. So that they felt like they could work within their schedules, their hours, and what they're doing on. And the ones that are taught by our teachers can adhere to our district calendar. It doesn't have to stick to the actual college calendar if they're taught by ours.
I just struggle with the calendar piece of it and pushing these dates. You know, you've got all the way out to June 24th, which I realize graduation will be a week right on the 18th, but our kids lost their spring. They lost this summer, and every camp under any type of circumstance you could think of was canceled. And now we're gonna basically take June away from the next year. I don't know, I just really struggle with that. I mean, there's a lot of pieces to this calendar piece that I struggle with, but that is one of them.
Yeah, I mean, that one kind of makes you take a step back. One thing too we have not done is we have not approved the 2021-22 calendar. So the start date would not have to be as early either for next school year. So if you wanted to kind of watch one of those weeks, you know, kind of extend the August start for next school year, we have not looked at what we would start next year to somehow or another not take up 2 full weeks for some, but that would be a decision that the 2 districts would then look at that calendar for next week or 2. I think I'm going to stop for a second. We'll come back to calendar. We'll go ahead and
Thank you. I am grateful that Mr. Justin Benfield is here with us from Prisma Health. He is the Chief Executive Officer at Prisma Health, Lawrence County Hospital. So thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, Dr. Thomas. I greatly appreciate it. Members of the board, thank y'all for allowing me to come in and just kind of talk and give you a state of the union today. And I know you all have some tough decisions to make. And, you know, the main purpose of this is just to give you a state of the union. Dr. Thomas and I sit on a couple different recovery task forces. And so the first thing that I want to tell you guys and give you a disclaimer, I am not a physician. I have a clinical background, but just enough to be dangerous in conversation. But what I can tell you is that the COVID virus is real. What we are experiencing in healthcare, we had hoped would not occur in our rural communities, actually in the state of South Carolina. But we are actually experiencing volumes and the impact of COVID just like, if not worse than New York City, okay? So you can pass by the hospital and it looks very peaceful. Inside the walls, it looks like a war zone, I will go ahead and tell you. So the health system in general is overburdened, mainly due to volume. We expected a surge as Memorial Day occurred, as society began to reopen. I do not disagree with those things. It needed to happen. Some of our worst fears have come true. We have had congregate facility outbreaks. So I'm sure you all are familiar with the Whitney Center outbreak. Dealing with folks who are already somewhat immunocompromised, and medical support and team members who just aren't equipped to take care of pandemics like this. The other challenge that we're faced with is the levels of acuity in patients that come to the emergency department. In the early stages of the pandemic, folks were avoiding the emergency department out of fear of infection. What that has led to would be chronic diseases such as heart disease, stroke, different disease processes that need regular attention. They deferred that care. So now when they come in, they are sicker. They need more critical care. So that combined with healthcare worker shortages is also a challenge. Okay? So again, when we look at the statistics of the virus, and Dr. Thomas has heard me say this a number of times on these task forces, it's not necessarily the virus that we're scared of. We take care of infectious diseases every single day. It's the volume. It's the volume. It is a highly contagious virus, but the recovery rate is about 87%. Okay? So again, it's not necessarily the fear of the virus. It is just the inability for us to take care of this volume. We've had some predictive analysis run, and we could be in this for about 6 more months because it's working its way through society. So those are some of the fears that that keep us up around the clock. And again, one of the biggest fears was a congregate facility outbreak, and that came to fruition again with the center. Just a few things that you may want to take into consideration. Bed availability. There are reports at the state level that say we have beds. Those numbers are based on licensed beds and not staffed beds. So we have a total of 90 beds inside the walls of the hospital. 14 of those beds are licensed for a skilled nursing facility, which leaves us 76 licensed beds for inpatients. We staff maybe 49 to 50 because of staffing shortages and demand, local demand. But we have seen, again, we've seen our non-COVID volumes increase because of the levels of acuity. And obviously the COVID volumes have just overrun that. There are many nights that we have held patients in the emergency department, in hallways, trying to find beds, transferring to other facilities which are already taxed. So on a typical day, we start our day with about 85% utilization of our beds. By noon, we are at or above 100%. So it's just a constant revolving door. So as we get patients out, we get them back in and then overrun by the end of the day. So our first order of business is taking care of our existing patients. But the next order of business is really trying to slow the spread of the virus. Again, it is very infectious. It's very contagious. How do we do that? I know many people have political stances on the masks, the studies around the masks, but that's not what we're here to talk about, or at least from a healthcare perspective. We have to actually slow down the virus. We learn through predictive analysis from observation. Okay? We're in medicine. It's a science. We learn from those observations. What we observed in the early beginnings is because folks were self-quarantined, folks were socially distanced, folks were wearing masks, it was at a manageable rate. As soon as Memorial Day happened and society reopened, the surge occurred. We predicted it, we expected it, but not to this magnitude. So when we talk about wearing masks, in my opinion, it's not a political position. It's I've got to get a break for the hospital and the health system. We all need that break so we can actually care for patients who are coming into the hospitals. Now, just a few statistics. So what we're seeing is an infection rate somewhere between 18 and 20%. So of those people who are being tested, we're seeing about 20% of those come back positive. It's fairly low. We're seeing mortality rates in the state of South Carolina as well as Orange County at about 1.6%. So that means that 1.6% of our positive patients are having severe enough illness to cause death. Those numbers are very low compared to the nation. The nation is running at about 3.9%. Okay, so that's good. However, we've seen daily increases of these numbers. So our observations and predictive analyses are showing that we could very well catch up with the rest of the country. And I'm sure you all have seen that South Carolina was number 3 in the world for infection rate in the world, not state, or not the country, the world. Again, I mentioned that there's an 87% recovery rate, so that's really good. That's really good. Some other interesting numbers that I know that you all will be want to take into consideration. When we first began this journey, we were seeing the most at-risk population of 61 and older. Okay? As, again, Memorial Day happened and people began to congregate, the 21 to 30 year age now is the highest rate of positive. Okay? So again, the more you congregate, the more you run that risk. Okay? When we look at the ages of 0 to 10, at this point, there's only a 4% positive rate. The age range of 11 to 20 is 11%. So on the graph, it looks like a pretty big jump there. And I could say, from personal experience with children in that range, swim teams pop up, different, different socializing activities occur, and just, again, it's a virus, so it is going to spread. From an observation perspective, there are actually studies out there that are showing there's a low incidence rate of child to adult transmission. So it makes us ask why. So when we go back and look at all these other observations and put it into just kind of our thought process, one of the things that we've noticed is throughout this pandemic, there's been a lot of protection of children. Okay, so we saw a tremendous decrease in our pediatric volumes because moms and dads just didn't want to take their children to the doctor's office to be exposed, and that's direct feedback from the patients. So there's been somewhat of a protective barrier there. So we don't really know what is going to take place once we begin congregating children into facilities. There will be an increase in the positive rate. We know that. I mean, it's a virus, but we don't know to what degree. So the best defense against this, masks and good standard precautions. Okay? Socially distancing, continuous hand sanitizing, and I realize that brings a whole host of issues and challenges when we're dealing with younger children. So those are just some of the points that I wanted to share with you guys and let you know what we're up against. I hope that we will be in a situation in the near future where we'll be able to see the decline, or at least the plateau of people needing hospital care. And that way, at least it gives us an opportunity for those who do become infected, who do need hospitalization, for us to be able to accommodate that. And again, that's my biggest fear, is the ability to accommodate those people that need hospitalization. So with that said, I will be happy to answer any questions within my scope of knowledge.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
So in other places where the virus has come on quick and really grown fast, I know here in Lawrence, in the beginning, we didn't have a lot of cases. In fact, we went for a long time that we were one of the only places in the state that didn't have any recorded cases. So now we're beginning to have those show up and fairly quickly and often, the numbers rising. So in other places, it appears that when it has done that, when the number has gone up, it's gone up and been that way maybe a couple of weeks, stayed pretty high for a couple of weeks and then started trending back down. Do you see that as being the same way here? Do you think that that's, that we're just going into, that type of situation here in Lawrence as well, that, it's just basically finally hitting us, or is it more from the standpoint, I know early on we didn't have the access to testing as much as some of the other places had, and so now, you know, more people are going to test. We're offering more tests in the area that would, you know, bring people out. I've seen a lot of people posting on Facebook when we offered free testing. People that are not even sick that are going just to be tested, you know, just out of fear or just want to know, you know, what's going on. But that it could show up that, you know, they were positive or whatever.
Yes.
So, of course, some of those are going to show up as positive tests because we all know that many people have the virus and don't even realize they have the virus.
Correct.
So do you think some of that is playing into these numbers that we're seeing in Lawrence?
So that's a large part of it, absolutely. So typically what we're seeing in these areas with outbreaks, it's actually about a 3 to 4 week period that it is on an upslope. So we are currently in week 4 of our upslope. So we're continuing to see the upslope. Today, we actually saw a plateau, but we've seen that a couple other times. Now, as far as the community is concerned, we do feel a large part of that was due to availability testing or testing availability. So now folks are getting the test. We actually had, I would say, a 2.5 week period where we were testing close to 100 people a day just in the drive-through at the hospital. Whereas previously when we opened it up, we were seeing 8, 9 a day. So the availability of testing will result in higher numbers. Okay? And that's what I say when we look at the statistics, it's a very contagious disease and the mortality rate is low. But this surge of folks that are coming into the hospital is just unbearable, in addition to all those other acute patients. It will plateau, and typically your plateaus run about 3 to 4 weeks as well, for that to work its way through. And then the downslope could be anywhere from 3 to 4 months, because it's definitely a gradual decline. You have your delayed folks that are coming in. We did expect this to occur with society reopening. We did expect a surge, if you will. We feared the congregate facilities, and that's the one that's really of concern. So one outbreak crippled the hospital. I think there are 6 more in the community, from a nursing home perspective or residential home perspective, that we fear. They're managing well so far, so yes, it will plateau. It will come down. And again, you know, this is just the information that you guys kind of put into a pot and really think about what the best decision is. You know, we've got to get society back to normal. Yeah, let's coming back up to the new normal. They're normal as we know it will not exist anymore.
So let me ask this question too, because I've heard this before, so I'm just wanting to clarify.
Sure.
So if I go take a test at the hospital and I test positive, and then I go to another drive-through and I test positive, are both of those counted?
If you're getting 2 tests, my guess is DHEC is probably gonna count that twice.
Well, that's
Now,
what I was
now,
being
Are you
told.
talking about the delay? So you're talking about, I get tested positive and then a couple weeks later, I'm getting tested again?
Yeah, or a week later or
Yeah,
something.
that definitely would.
Yeah.
That definitely would.
Because I was told that, you know, you can go to multiple sites and be tested and you're gonna be counted each time as a positive test.
That is true. And in fact, so one of the protocols in the hospital is we get a patient from a nursing home, they want us to keep that patient until they have a positive or a negative result.
Yeah, I was just curious because, you know, we see these numbers
Right.
and the numbers are so hard to grasp because we're hearing all this stuff and just like, you know, you're saying, yes, of what they're dealing with this virus, that they are going, you know, well, I'm gonna go back, you know, and see if I still have it or whatever. And so then there's another positive test. And so there's another number. And so, and then other people go do it. And then you've got the number going up. And so it's hard to feel confident about looking at the numbers for DHEC. And
Totally agree. Totally agree. You're singing our song every morning and every afternoon in incident command. Well, I mean, you know, I had a statistics professor tell me you can tell any story you want to with numbers.
exactly.
The added challenge to this is the reporting functions with DHEC and CDC. So I think if we look a couple of days ago, there was this huge spike in deaths. Well, there were no deaths the day prior. That was a reporting issue, right?
Right.
So we know that there are fallacies in the reporting process and the data. We don't know what the corrective action on that is. It's DHEC's reporting system and how they do that. What we do know is reality on the inside walls of the hospital. And I can tell you, it's real. Where it's been directionally, we're experiencing what those numbers would show. Okay. But there are definitely some inaccuracies or fallacies in the reporting.
So if somebody gets tested, how long is it until that person's test shows up as a reported number?
So a lot depends on the backlog of the laboratories. So Prisma Health had moved to using precision labs. We were getting results back within 48 hours, and those were reported to DHEC. We've been told that the numbers would be reported day following. I can tell you today that we have some numbers from the hospital over the weekend that haven't been reported yet on the DHEC website.
So when we get numbers, it says today in Lawrence County, there were,
Slightly delayed.
Yeah.
Slightly delayed.
so the trend could be going down, but it still looks like it's up based on the numbers are delayed.
Yes, so the things that DHEC are reporting on, those trends could potentially hit plateau. What I can tell you again, and this is coming from my perspective, they're not going down inside the hospital
Right,
at all.
right.
I have a record number of patients on ventilators. I was up Thursday night at 3 a.m. trying to find ventilators and had to have ambulance services shipped from other hospitals. I have team members now who are beginning to test positive.
Right.
And here's the interesting fact. This will support a little bit of the masking and social distancing or standard precautions conversation. We're just now seeing the trend of team members showing up positive. We've been caring for patients since February. And nothing. So what we've done is traced and determined where they're picking these viruses up. It's not inside the hospital. It's in the community. It's making a decision to go Myrtle Beach for 3 days.
Hey,
Let me ask you a question about
Yes,
childcare and daycare facilities. Those have stayed open and seem to have done well. How can we take what they're doing and turn that into how can we run our schools and get our kids back in?
You're spot on, and that's part of the observation that we've been talking about from the transmission with children. So we know that there's been some protective components to that about, again, parents maybe not letting children go out into the community and those types of things. But that is one of those things that we've observed. So if you look at the processes and the protocols and the procedures that those folks have implemented, you can predict that you're going to have a successful outcome. Now, there are a few things that have popped up in the last couple of weeks, and you guys may have seen this. There's something called multi-organ inflammatory syndrome, MIS. I told you that we're learning about this virus every day and the effects that it has on the human body. I believe last week, there were two incidents of death from MIS in children, young children. So there are inflammatory properties that are associated with COVID, and they could be delayed as they show up. So basically what happens in these situations, multiple organs within inside of the body are having an inflammatory response and are going to organ failure. So we have seen an increase in myocarditis, pink eye. I mean, there's so many inflammatory responses that are now being associated as a result of a virus attacking the body. However, that is a very new thing that has surfaced. But I think that, again, when we look at those observations of those facilities, keeping the processes in place, just standard precautions, will break the chain of the virus. It will slow it, absolutely. There's a study from Stanford, I believe, they were just talking about masks in general, that I think it was something like 80% of the population with masks for 3 days. The end result of that can be 33,000 lives saved just through transmission. 50 or 20 to 500 micrometers of droplets exit the mouth with each sentence. So this isn't me wearing this to protect from you. This is me protecting you, because I know the more I speak, the more I'm exposing you. But that daycare and childcare center definitely ties into the observation that we're seeing that slower spread, or almost non-existent spread from children to adults.
Have there been any policies with the testing? Because I've known people to take tests, one positive, then another one negative.
Yes,
So I
ma'am.
kind of wondered about that.
Yes, ma'am. Testing is not 100% accurate in pretty much any lab test that you're going to run. Now, what we have seen is major differences between the antibody test and the actual COVID test. There are 3 different ways that or 2 different ways that the antibody test is looking. Do I have the antibodies? Have I built those up? Or am I actively swapping the COVID cells? Which means that I am actively carrying the COVID virus. So we've had a number of folks that have said, I've gone and gotten the antibody test and I am actively carrying COVID, and we put them out, and then we have them get to employee health to actually get the COVID test, and it shows them negative. Now, obviously there have been some improvements on that. But that's the biggest difference in the testing that we've seen from an accuracy perspective. But there are some false positives, false negatives there as well. All right, any other questions? Guys, please feel free to reach out anytime. My email address is Justin, Justin, Benfield, BENFIELD, @prismahealth.org. And I'll take it a step further. My direct cell number is 864-421-3074. If you think of any questions or have any concerns, please don't hesitate to call night and day, weekend. Okay?
Thank you so much.
Mr. Benfield, thank you so much for being here today, for sharing such valuable information. And thank you for all that you and your staff are doing each day.
Thank you, Dr. Thomas. Thank you all for your communication.
Thank
you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Not disputing anything. I don't know people who are taking tests or test negative. I myself have taken, attempted to take it again. When I came up with negative, another test that I tried to take that was tied to giving blood. I couldn't take that because my hemoglobin was too low. I always know I had that problem, so I was unable to get that reading. But that said, my concern being diabetic, I want to know, because I don't even want to come up in here. I say, if I have a cough, I don't go around and do that because I don't go out on weak cough. That's just how I feel. But I'm thankful that I got the president not to come around me by coughing, But as far as just being negative, yes, I'm happy to know I'm there. And that's one reason why I will test you. Just don't know. I mean, you wake up in the morning, and now you have a common cough, but you been asleep all night. You want there's something going wrong. You just don't know. But,
So I'm trying to decide, do I go on with the calendar or jump to the VHEC slides? So we can kind of,
Just go to the details, that's where you're on.
did you move those right after mine?
Do you want to know what he told me?
Yeah, Lisa had asked about a reporting form as we start finding cases or if we have.
He said, because we had heard that, or we've been told that we would be required to report like symptomatic people and cases and all that. And Mr. Benfield said that there is a DHEC reporting site, and he's going to send us the information on that because we have not received that yet.
One of the things that came out through Accelerated was that we would have to be reporting on student COVID-like cases or COVID-like symptoms and teacher attendance and teacher COVID-like cases also. So we just have not seen that reporting feature yet. Asked to.
So you're saying we're gonna report on students and teachers if they have COVID-like?
It's more to track attendance and possible outbreaks, not necessarily that they are COVID. It would be COVID-like. So if the nurse was sending home 20 kids with COVID-like, it's just more of a reporting system to keep up. If we see an influx, we might need to reevaluate what we're doing with our attendance and with our the possible cases. We don't know what that reporting feature looks like and what that will entail, but it's more just kind of getting a kind of an idea up front before something may happen.
But would we not want to know that they have COVID before we do something? I mean, We don't
Well,
do anything
there's a
whenever they
whole
have something.
process of exclusion for whenever you are kind of marking a student excused. And so that whole process through COVID and through DHEC of whenever you mark a student excused absence versus that. So they're just like when we send somebody home for lice or for the flu-like symptoms or something, if they have a fever, they're automatically marked excused absent the next day with the nurse code because they have to be 24-hour fever-free before they can return.
Right.
So if they left at 10, they're automatically excused the next day. So that whole process, and this isn't new to our system because we do it with flu-like symptoms, we do it with lice and other colds and fevers. So they just made that same type of provision as in COVID-like cases. So whenever we get to January, February, when the flu season, we won't be able to determine which one it is. We still exclude them for our attendance until they have a negative case or they're free from symptoms for, I think it's 72 hours or something like that. So there's that
But
whole
just to-
protocol.
My point is, just to put in somebody's record, they're absent because they have COVID-like symptoms, and they don't. I mean, it could be a cold or
Right.
sinus or
And
anything.
it's not marked
Who's gonna make that
COVID.
determination?
It's not marked COVID, it's marked nurse. So it's a nurse code in their attendance, not necessary. So if you look at it, you may or not be able to know immediately if it's a lice issue, if it's a COVID issue, if it's a fever, if it's a medical excuse, if it's, whatever. But for some reason, they might have been throwing up that day, went home sick, that's a nurse code.
Yeah.
And it's not necessarily a COVID case, but we just kind of have to keep track of how many kids we're sending home.
Yeah,
Or,
I
and so
understand
that's
that.
but with,
I just don't like it getting broken down
clumped
to,
into a COVID.
yeah, to, put that wording on it, because, I mean, the same thing is happening. I mean, just like he was talking about the numbers with DHEC, the same thing is happening with deaths
Right.
that are being reported by DHEC and CDC. And I mean, people that are not dying from COVID are being,
I mean, I can
Your deaths are
express,
different.
I can express our concern with labeling that way, but whatever the state requires us to, report will be kind of required to kind of keep up with that data that they've asked
but
us.
what state entity is requiring it?
I don't know if it's coming through DHEC or the State Department of Education.
Yeah, because I mean, DHEC can't demand that we do that. I mean, they don't, I mean, all they can do
Like I
is,
said, I have not seen the reporting feature and who's actually pushing that out. And it may be they just require for us to keep it on our end, and not necessarily turning in, but they may be requiring us to keep certain data.
Excuse me, I know when we had the swine, the H1N1 many years ago, every day for many weeks, I had to send a report to the, if we had, the school nurses would send it in, and then we had to send it, if we had any confirmed cases or something like that. I went
So
back and
that's
looked
just
for those
somebody's-
forms, but
I mean, you having a stomach bug and be throwing up and stuff, and you don't have swine flu or,
anybody around here calls me.
I know, I mean, that's just my whole.
First thing
point.
out of their mouth.
I said that yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, it's just,
This later.
you just don't want those kind of labels put into somebody's record, medical record. I mean, it's in there. I mean, once it's put in there, it's in there.
So we'll go to the DHEC numbers.
Well,
So you have a new packet in front of you that this also should be a separate handout that you can see the numbers a little bit better. If you notice the dates on this packet are June the 20th, so that we July 20th, so this is the most up-to-date packet. Whenever you're looking at the three different columns, you do need to kind of understand what those three different ones are. So whenever you look at the first column, it'll be a 2-week incident rate, and that's basically how many people are testing positive over the course of each day for 2 weeks. Then you have the trend and incident rate. Is the trend going up? Is it fairly stable? Is it going down? And then you can see that those would be low, medium, or high. And then the 2-week percent positive rate. So basically, whenever we're looking at that percent of 18%, 19%, or when we were kind of much lower than that, that's a 2-week average of percent positive. So whenever you look at the state in general, pretty much every county is in a high rating. The way they calculate the high rating is they take these 3 rates. For right now, Lawrence is high on incident rate. Our trend is medium. I think he kind of said that we had kind of flatlined for a little bit. So where you can see the number of rates going up in the 2 weeks, we're medium, but our percent positive for the 2-week average was 20.4, so that puts us in the high rate. So once they determine if you're in the high, medium, or low rate, they average those 3 numbers to get your county rating. So that would put us, if we had another medium, a medium, medium, high, that would put our county as a medium. So they look at 2 out of the 3. If you're a high, medium, low, that would put you a medium. So they basically average those 3 numbers to get our rate. So from the last time we reported and the last incident rate, we were a high. We are now showing a high, medium, high. And we also have how everybody else is doing throughout the state there too. Any questions about the hex numbers? I'll go back to the calendar and the proposed calendar that we were looking at. We did start discussing kind of the possible pushback date. Somebody asked earlier, what's the benefit of that? Another possible benefit of this would be that these DHEC numbers after a few more weeks would be more in the lower or medium rates that would put us back in a more safe rated by DHEC situation. That does put the possibility of us ending in graduation on June 18th, which is 2 weeks later than normal. Any other questions about the calendar? I know that one other thing, and I don't know that my highlight is okay. Up here on the screen, you can see that I highlighted the 2 weeks before our yellow week. Another consideration or question was how can we ensure all of our teachers have an opportunity to teach, to get training on e-learning. And if we are in and out of school based on the plan that's being proposed or approved, how can we ensure that teachers have that opportunity to go through a lot of really focused e-learning days? We have those 2 weeks that teachers should not have vacation scheduled, that they should not already be in a situation that would kind of have to work around their not being in town. Because this hasn't been approved yet, they're still planning on being at work the week of the 10th and 17th. But if we possibly move that June date of June the 19th, which is that Saturday, to have all teachers at least work one of those 10 days so that we could have them really focused on e-learning training that would be required because that would be one of their work days in our calendar, then that would be an option for us to not have to pay everybody another day or daily rate. We calculated roughly how much it would cost for a day's pay for every staff member that would need to go through this, and it's roughly, once you throw benefits in there, it's $150,000 for 1 day rate of pay for our teachers. So if we go forward and y'all want to propose this calendar, I would also like to propose that we make the amendment of that 19th go to a floating day of the week of the 10th or 17th, so that we could ask teachers to participate in some truly focused e-learning as COVID cases may force us to go into a e-learning situation.
So do we not already have that day planned anyway? I mean, we're not expecting a calendar change in order to have time to train teachers, right?
We have opportunities through our teacher summer teacher institute. I can't remember which, by the way, those letters go. That we have a lot of professional development already trained for teachers to go through that process. Those are not required days. They are available for teachers to take via and have flex days for those. We do have the 5 days built in at the beginning of the school that we could also provide that day. This would just allow us to have a smaller group of teachers participating at one time versus all 400 taking it on one day that we provided a teacher. So it would just kind of allow us to have smaller groups to participate in that training so that we can also ensure that we've provided that training for everybody. So, any questions about Cal?
I mean, myself, I don't see the logic in moving it to the 8th. I mean, I think since we've already voted to put it to the 24th and we've got everything in place to move forward anyway, we already thought that we were gonna be doing e-learning. If we started out the year, even if we had to start the year out as with a hybrid schedule, it may be that by the 8th that we're ready to, it's down low enough that we can be back in face to face. I just don't know that 2 weeks is gonna make that much difference to the beginning, and then, but it will make a big difference to the end of school, because hopefully by the end of school, all of this is gonna be gone and everybody's gonna be wanting to be back to normal and wanting to go live life, not what they got to do this entire summer. I mean, those are just my thoughts. I just don't see a huge benefit to push it back 2 more weeks. I mean, we've got, Greenville went to the 24th. Didn't they agree to go to the 24th?
Right.
Pickens County voted yesterday for the 24th. Anderson 5 went to the 8th. I don't know, Anderson 1, I think, went to the 24th.
I know there's several districts that are reevaluating their calendar at this point. At our last meeting, there were probably about 18 districts that were considering changing to the September 8th. So there may be some that may be in the process of making those changes. But it's only about 18 that mentioned that were in attendance going back to recommend the change to September.
Yeah, I know Pickens County put theirs out yesterday. I saw that. And then, of course, Greenville had put theirs out, I don't know, Friday or Monday, that it was the 24th that they were going to stay on in. I think Newberry had left theirs at the 17th. I mean, do we know as far as our other WEPEC?
I don't know an exact number. I do know that several of them are in the process of taking it back to the board for approval. So I don't know how many of them will actually be going back on the 8th versus the 17th and 24th at this time. I know this is still kind of the preliminary stages in regards to making changes of the calendar, since it was kind of a new occurrence from last week. So I don't have those numbers, but I'll continue to monitor and see what we get from that.
Just one other thing that I wanted to mention, and I am good either way, but just kind of put a timeline to some of this work. Whenever you look at July, and July is not on the calendar, whenever you look at us closing the registration for e-learning, for Virtual Academy on the 23rd or 24th of this week. That gives us 1 week before this calendar starts up here. So you would be basically transferring 1,700 kids, approximately 70 teachers out of where they are right now in kind of planning to a virtual platform. And then that would give, we got to provide 20-day notice for our students and parents who their teacher is, what their work will be doing, what their classroom environment is. And then so basically 20 days before that notification would still have to go out for the 17th, which would put us notifying parents on the 3rd. So that would basically give us 1 week to transfer 1,700 kids out of a traditional platform to a virtual platform and reschedule all those buildings. So, if you tell us that's what we need to do, we'll do it. We've got great principals and great admin staff that can make this happen. But it will be taxing over the next week or two.
Well, I thought our cutoff was the 17th.
It was, but we didn't feel like we could cut it until after a decision was made today, just for the fairness for parents. We do have, we pulled numbers yesterday, and the numbers that you'll have later on in the presentation is 1,649, but that's already gone up almost 100 since yesterday. And so we feel like some of those numbers would be going up over the rest of this week after the decision is made.
I know Dr. Thomas has said that maybe some more that come in even after that day. So
Right.
that's to be expected. I don't know how many more. I don't know if she knew how many more, but I know he did say that there will probably be more coming after that day.
And a lot of the comments that we've received in either email or Facebook, I don't know how I can make the best decision until I know what the board's going to do. So we just felt like it was
Right, it's
fair
only
to
fair that they know exactly what their options are.
And 56 is closing theirs this Friday, so we didn't feel like we'd have all the numbers until they closed anyway. So it just felt fair to leave ours open until the same time also.
So Jody, what are other options to have these days at the end of the year somehow, let's just say a what if, on the September 8th day?
Okay. So
So
a couple of options that we could look at.
where can we move that? Longer days somewhere, Saturdays?
We can't go to longer days. The state probably would not approve many Saturdays. They don't typically approve a Saturday unless it's just a 1 or 2 here or there. You've got the option of taking spring break, just taking a few days around spring break versus a full spring break. You can take the Wednesday before Thanksgiving, but a lot of people just truly love that. You can take away a 2 full week at around Christmas and winter break. But those kind of have been very hard to get teachers and staff to love that situation. Once you start taking the Wednesday before Thanksgiving, that's their prep day, that's their travel day, that's kind of hard for a lot of people to give up. And we've really tried over the past several years to adhere to 2 full weeks at winter break. And then the spring break would be an issue. We've had to use that for makeup in the past before they approved that y'all could waive a certain number of days.
But if they knew that, this is the deal, we're trying to eliminate you going into June 24th.
Right.
Or whatever.
Students' last day would be the 18th.
Right. And we're trying to take away days throughout the year. We're trying to give you a start later, so hopefully you can go back face to face, give you that option that you want. But we're trying to eliminate you being so late into June. So we're gonna have to take days away because by law, you have to attend so many days in a year. So what do you want?
I do know that I've heard the question from some parents regarding spring break. We still have a spring break, we're going to be paid for, and all of the scheduled vacation. So I have received that feedback. Is that going to change? We've already made payments, we've already paid for our spring break vacation. So just kind of letting you know that.
I don't think mentally and emotionally, students or teachers could go without spring break. I mean, I really think that is what kind of lets everybody take a breath before they race to the end of the year, and I wouldn't want to do that to.
And if state testing, is still in place, because the feds have not relieved our state testing for accountability yet, it would still be the last 20 days of school, or actually the last, 20 days of school would be our window. So it would run all the way through that piece of June. So for importance of teaching, that's not gonna be everybody shuts down right after spring break, because you still have kind of a longer window before state testing. If they don't waive state testing, but we have not heard that yet.
I think the kids shut down the beginning of May anyway, and I think pushing them through the third week of June is just going to be tough. And I would probably wouldn't want to see those testing results if we had to make them test in June. I just, I want you guys to have time to plan and do what is need to be done, because however we start this school year, if parents have chosen to go through virtual academy or in some way we're back face to face, however we start it, it's so important for me, and I think for the students and the teachers, for it to be seamless and for it to be easy and for them to log on to their classroom and it be there, and they're able to live stream from their classrooms if there's a hybrid model. I want all those things to be smooth. Right now, are we prepared to do that for August 24th?
Well, I think all of it's gonna be a trial and error, because this is the first ever. It's not like every child is getting off the bus or getting, to school and going into that building like it ordinarily has been. So whatever we do, it's gonna be all together.
Well, I think our trial and error was the spring. I think we should be ready. Whatever we do right now with this school year, it should not look like the spring. I mean, I think everyone did their best, but I definitely think this should look different.
But I hope there was a building block and we have gotten to that.
Yes.
So, I hope that we have gotten there as far as having things up and going, just because of that, so.
Well, I can definitely say we have looked at the challenges and looked at the feedback from the spring, and we definitely worked in order to enhance that, to make it a better process. Will it be 100% perfect? I can't say that. However, we definitely worked very hard to enhance that from the spring.
I have to just say this, for those of my friends who, in the States who go year round, you have longer periods of time out in that 9-week period, almost 3 weeks. So naturally, we don't have that, but they are teaching and going to school year round. That 3-week period, almost 3 weeks in those intervals make a big difference when it comes to things of this nature.
Well, if we're gonna push our kids through June 18th, I mean, maybe we should just talk about year round.
That's why, and that is so seamless, because, it's like, they actually have more time out of school than in school compared to how we do it now. And it's kind of crazy, but it's true. That's just food for thought. I'm always like, those people are Dr. Taylor, but that's just me. Seeing that as it is, so, we plan for it as it is.
Okay, here's a question for you. If the governor had not spoken and saying, okay, we should start back on September 8th, would you have even considered bringing a new calendar to us?
And I can answer that. I will say that we talked about that previously, and it was actually from the last work session. That was one of the slides as far as possibly September 8th as a return to school date, just because we thought that would give the data hopefully more time to level out to where it's more safe to do
But
so.
I thought in that scenario, it would be the first 2 weeks would be e-learning, and then September 8th would be,
Yes, that's still,
The
that's
start
the
date.
option. But there's conversations that took place regarding, would it be better, because we're having a difficult time just getting supplies, getting resources, and getting materials in, just because of the delay in shipping and just kind of the state of everything. So those discussions have taken place, and that was maybe kind of a confirmation of when that was made.
But with the defect rating, is that guaranteed to go down? You're hoping it is, but is that guaranteed to go down?
I don't know that I think.
I know, that's what I'm saying. That's the whole premise, that's the whole premise. Even if the defect rating doesn't go down, we still got. So,
But they don't have the supplies,
yeah. Who's to say they're gonna come in? I mean, I know we can order stuff and it comes to several months later after being ordered still. So are we, will FedEx bring it or, whomever, is that guaranteed to get here? When? And it's kind of treading unknown territory. We don't know. We don't know. I don't think we can guarantee a whole lot. As well, other than us making the decision and moving forward.
I definitely think, we have definitely been trying to operate, as far as being proactive, to think about, if we go back through this option, what are some things that we need to do? If we take this route, what are some things that we can go ahead and do? So we've already tried to look in that direction. But it would definitely give, especially our administrators, more time, because they have to do the scheduling across the board for the school, looking at the different possible options, and to be as effective as possible. I think definitely more time would be beneficial, even just thinking about our school level administrators.
well, maybe if we continue to go through your presentation and maybe ask them questions and circle back to this. Because I'm sure other things will bring up.
Well, it's 10:27, you want to take a 15-minute recess? 10 minutes? Yeah, I was gonna mention that every 90 minutes we'll take a break.
And there are some snacks that's out here. Y'all need anything, just let me know. It's not out there.
Somebody on the phone that I didn't know what to do. I know, and I was super.
Did y'all know that?
that you learn in practice so that they know what they're doing, right? Instead of on into October. Yeah, you're nice.
Just wondering where would it go?
Yeah,
I
I
think
think
they
so.
started on the 8th.
Do I? Get it off there. But, I mean, just based on what Jody and Dr. Thomas said, you know, it sounds like there is, yes, you can do it, but it sounds like there is a need for that extra time.
That's the way I think it also. For extra time to implement these programs successfully.
Well, that's why we're trying to come up with some sort of compromise or some sort of, you know, the thing that's awful about Christmas, well, it's really fantastic, but awful at the same time. Is that it falls back on Friday. And then you've got, so you would take away that
Well, for certain kind of kids not
week
going,
after.
learning stops anyway. Eventually, we can just like the house.
Just take the whole second week away.
Yeah.
Friday, they have Friday, Saturday, Sunday. The 28th, right?
28th is first.
Of course, it was a holiday.
They go back to 28th. I can't hear what
They're gonna get bored.
They won't be out around the back.
Busy.
What about it gonna be bad?
They'll be fine.
Time by Friday.
Do we want more discussion with the calendar or come back to it?
I mean, we could give them 3 days of Christmas, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. At home,
I think.
21st.
It should be on. Dinner.
More questions, calendar.
Huh? I can't hear you.
Yeah, I'm not being on here either. So.
We're just trying to come up with different days that could work for, if they went back on the 8th, that we could take away other days, like the whole second week of Christmas break.
I don't know that you would be able to take the whole week because the 31st and the 1st would be New Year's and New Year's Eve, New Year's Day. Those would be considered holidays.
Not New Year's
No,
Eve.
just for that. We only get the day.
Yeah, you only get New Year's Day as the only holiday. Go work in the real world there. You only get 1 day, 1 day. 1 day.
Okay, on December 18th. Your half day.
Yeah, what about the half day on the 18th?
The half day counts as a full day. We're allowed 3 half days in the calendar, so that counts as a full day. It wouldn't help us into making a full day.
But
We could move the half day to another day. But that still counts as a green student day, whether it's half or full. Because basically the way we have our color coding set up, you count all the green days, dark or light, and the 2 black days, which are mandatory e-learning practice days. We have to do them. So that's 180 days there. So any movement of a green day, if you're looking at the current proposed calendar, any green day you move off that week of July, in June 7th or 14th has to replace another day up top.
Dr. Kellum, there was also a question about moving the practice days. Can you speak to that?
They just have to be in the first 45 days of school, based on whenever you set your calendar start date. We left them there because that was already kind of set up as the dates that were going to be parent-teacher conference, but we could move those to wherever. Just has to be within the first 45 days of school. But those are already counted as student days, so flipping them to a June date, those are still student days.
On the red days, really matter.
Red would be the main ones that we're looking at. The only other 3 days we have options for the other 3 yellow days, which are January 29th, February 15th, March 15th, where you have those built in as flex days, sorry. 2 of those are already flex days to be able to allow teachers to work whenever they're doing the professional development next week. We kind of give them flex time for those days that they're putting in next week. But those could be moved, come a rain day, but then you would be going almost 2.5, 3 months without a break for students or teachers.
So we actually do 2 weeks to prepare for those schools.
Whenever we close our calendar, our registration on Friday, we will have roughly between the 2 districts, a little over 2,000 students to reschedule in a week to be able to notify parents what their start date is if we adhere to the 20-day requirement of notification to parents that comes out by, I think that's the state or is in our board policy, but for notification of what their plan is. So if we shoot for, that would be mailing everything out on August the 3rd to let them know by August 24th of that first date that we have in our calendar, our current calendar. But if we could mail those out on the 17th, which would give us the 2 extra weeks, then that would notify parents the 3 weeks before the 8th. But we also have to get in notification to parents of when they're supposed to be coming for leap days, because that does not adhere to the same calendar as if we do the hybrid green gold that we're going to look at in a little bit. But that would be basically, I need your child to come this day on one of these late days for leap day for training, 6th and 9th graders, which 2 days they're going to be coming. Another whole process that we have not talked about in this meeting today. But then each one of these days that we have for leap will have a different bus route every day, because they'll be picking up a totally different group 5 days in a row. So that'll be 5 different bus routes that Jeff has to create for that week, so that we are providing transportation for those kids and social distancing. So some of those routes might be a double route based on where those that alphabet lands.
I think maybe we should just continue and then circle back as we learn more information that you guys have to share.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. At this time, Mr. Finley is going to share information regarding technology.
Is that in the packet?
Don't have it.
No, okay, that's fine, I was just,
It's, if I go over some numbers or something here that you want access to, I'll shoot you a copy
Okay.
of my notes. She's just got Jones, so. 4.5 years ago, we were just getting started with Chromebooks in our district. We had around 1,200 Chromebooks at the high school, 9th through 11th grade had Chromebooks. Each elementary and middle school had averaged around 4 carts each. So we had a total of a little over 2,200 Chromebooks in the district-wide. We have 5,622 Chromebooks now district-wide. Enrollment as of this morning was 5,490. Out of the Chromebooks that we turned in, we have around 300 Chromebooks that were damaged and are currently being repaired. We have 727 Chromebooks that were either not turned in or are currently checked out by students for summer classes. If
It was 727 not turned on?
727 that are currently checked out, and that is either they were not turned in, meaning they were checked out in the spring and they were not turned in for the summer, or they were turned in and checked out again for summer so they can take summer classes.
I was just trying to figure out how to not turn in.
I would say by far the majority of those were not turned in for the summer.
And
We don't have any way to track it.
We know who
they
we know who checked them out. We know the student that it was checked out to. And we can tell when it was logged in last. And we have the ability to shut it down.
So it should be a fog bag. We need to do that. I think
Are you
parents ought to
able to-
pay for it.
Are you able to see what they're looking at? I mean, where they're searching, or to see if it's a child or a adult?
All of our devices are filtered.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. I think we need to shut them down, because they're going to back. Or have parents. They don't have any type of insurance by parents that they have to pay.
We do have to sign a document and pay insurance for each semester when you get the Chromebook, but I don't know how does that translate on the district side? Like what can you do with that once the Chromebook's not turned in? Is that covered under insurance? Or is that just for damage?
it's just for damage.
Yeah.
Parents ought to be able to-
That's, when we were talking about this in the spring, we were waiving most fees. Any kind of damage fees and that kind of thing. And, if we start, my feeling is that we're gonna start this fall, and most of these Chromebooks that are checked out, the students basically just bring it, they're gonna have it with them. And if they come to register for school and we show that they already have a Chromebook, and say, well, I need a Chromebook. I say, well, you already have a Chromebook, then that's where the rubber meets the road right there. We'll just say, look, we gotta have this Chromebook back before we,
If they don't bring it back, shut it down.
So you're just waiting to see
What
it.
are the laws? I mean,
yes, ma'am, we really, the schools have been good about calling and trying to get these Chromebooks back, because it was so important this summer, so we can get all of these back, take stock of what we got, be able to have time to fix the damaged Chromebooks. They did a good job of calling, and around trying to recover these Chromebooks, and so that's just something that we deal with, and we're no different than any other school district. I talked to directors of technology, I was talking to them, we were video conferencing each other constantly in spring and some of the summer, and we're all having the same issues. So, we'll see what happens, see how many when we start school. It's crazy. If we repair the damaged Chromebooks, sorry,
I was saying, you know, I understand, I appreciate it. But I'm saying, it's just the certain segment, they're not going to. They're probably not using that for, that's what I can't find. And I know this because I spent a lot of time dealing with kids in these projects. And I know that, I know this thing. I know it's a thing. They don't even know what the Chromebooks are. You know, they roll them out. I mean, it didn't matter to put it in the parents. Parents didn't have to be Chromebooks. You know, we're trying to do this to enhance the education of not giving them. You know, but I don't think it should be current people and parents. You might already be struggling. I'm an education of the child. And say, no Chromebook, no time back in.
I'm responsible.
I understand that. But I'm saying, what we're saying, if you don't get the Chromebook, you shut down the education, you're going to get them. I mean, that's where you're going, so I mean,
But some type of restitution of some sort, you know, there's not full payments, a partial or something, say, hey, you put forth the emphasis with my child that had this Chromebook. And, you know, I want to make sure my child was at least using it. If they cannot, then we can't find it. This household somewhere, I got a little bit of a responsibility to try to get back to.
I'm not arguing responsibility for it. There should be some possibility. But I'm just saying, you have kids, that's just not gonna happen. You in a household, parent or parent, who did not graduate from college, and from high school, older siblings, they did not graduate from high school. It's not even premium on the education. Kid bring home the Chromebook and the parents do another job. Playing music, looking at shoes, you know, things like that. It's not even that difficult. But we can't control anybody household from here.
Somewhat responsible to a certain degree.
I'm not saying this is very smooth. I'm talking about what is moving.
Mr. Miller didn't say anything about having parents or students taking the Chromebooks. That's something that we talked about.
Yes, I understand. But I'm just saying, the whole reason.
How's that been handled in the past, William? I'm sure that's a problem that you faced in the past.
Well, in the past, you know, if you'll recall, high school students have been the only ones that have taken Chromebooks home until last year. We started out the year with 8th graders. We added 8th graders in there. And it depends on what kind of Chromebook, what model Chromebook they have and how old it is. Our oldest Chromebooks in the district right now are what we refer to as Gen 2s. And they are 4 to 5 years old. And they hit end of life in September of 2021, which means they will no longer get updates, and we have to take them out of commission by then, because if we give devices out that don't receive updates, you know, we're sitting ducks for hackers. Those are the first devices we're going to go after. So from a safety standpoint, we have to take those out. So if, let's say one of these students has a Gen 2 that he has to turn in, you know, the value of Gen 2, you know, we've got the good out of that Gen 2, and it's going to be, it might be $25 to $50. We look up the value of it. But if they have a Gen 3, you know, it might be a little higher than that. And if they got a brand new Gen 4 Chromebook, you know, it could be $250, you know, we're just trying to get our value out of that. If they just refuse to pay, we, you know, we collect a lot of the senior Chromebooks because we can hold their diploma, and say, look, you know, you're not going to get your diploma unless you turn this Chromebook in. And we get a lot of, most of the return rates very good for seniors. So
we have the right with these Chromebooks as we do with any other fees. If they have any fees as far as holding diplomas and things like that, and transcripts. Is that true?
I believe so. I you know, I don't know what the legalities are on that, but that's, you know, usually seniors kind of know that, you know, they've got to pay all the fees, and they've got to turn all their book in. Library books, you know, whatnot, textbooks. It's all, you know, Chromebooks technically are, should be very similar to as textbooks are. That's how, when we got into the Chromebook business, that's how we were told to look at it. It's that these are just, should be the same as textbooks. Did I answer the question?
So did you find 8th grade from the city of Michigan? You get those books, you got those back?
Yeah, I would say I mean, there were some out there. There were some in every grade that we did recover. There's always, because the ones at the high school, you know, they know they're going to get the same Chromebook back every year. You know, there's less incentive for them to turn it in. This year, and I'll get into that, it's very important for everybody to turn their Chromebooks in, because we were trying to do some shifting around to get everybody in position to get these new stupid laptops. You know, we're going for laptops this year, and it was very important to try to get those Chromebooks back so we could ship those down to the middle school. We tried, but numbers. So if we repair the damaged Chromebooks and assume that the checked out Chromebooks are still in the possession of the student, then we would have enough Chromebooks to give every student a Chromebook. Our numbers are high enough. So we could do that. But as Jody mentioned, Dr. Penland mentioned, we do have help on the way. We have additional devices on the way. The CARES Act funding allowed us to purchase more student devices. We have 700 laptops for 11th and 12th grade students. ETA on that is September the 25th. We have 825 2-in-1 Chromebooks for K-5 and first grade students. ETA on that is September the 25th. And we have 125 of our regular style Chromebooks slated to help out 7th and 8th grade. ETA on that is November the 20th. But that's only 125. We will use older devices until they get.
What's the difference in a 2-in-1?
Well, I think the 2-in-1s are really, really neat. When we got this CARES Act funding, we talked about what would be good for kindergarten and first grade students. And it is basically a Chromebook that opens up normally, but it flips on over and it forms into a tablet. And it is touchscreen. So I think touchscreen is just crucial for the younger students. A friend of another director from another district, she let me borrow one of the 2-in-1s that they had already been purchasing, and I brought it around here for a little show and tell. You know, everybody kind of liked it, so we decided to go with that. But I think you'll, once you see them, I think you'll like them.
The 11th and 12th graders that be scheduled to get laptops. You said they'll use Chromebooks in the meantime. Will they just get their same Chromebook back again?
Yes, if they didn't turn them in, you know, I guess they're gonna have to keep using their Chromebook that they already have. If they did turn their Chromebook in, they're gonna get a Gen 2 Chromebook, until these other ones come, until these laptops come in.
Okay, and if they're, gonna be received on the 25th, kind of how quickly would you be able to turn around and get them to the students? Or is that the student date?
ETA is the day that I think that, that's our best estimate of when we might receive these. So once they pull up our loading dock back there, we will make it a priority, and we'll put every person on it. Things by the end of September probably will have settled down a little bit by then, so we'll make that a priority.
What do you have to do when they come in? Are they already loaded with information, or do you have to go in and physically program something on each laptop?
With laptops, we'll have to put our image on there. It is an image. We did this with the teacher laptops. When they're running a Windows operating system, there are programs that we use in our district. There are certain ways, policies, things that way we do it, and we just put that on an image, so we don't have to reconfigure every one, but we do have to put that image on every laptop, and that it probably will be similar to the setup time for a Chromebook. If you think about it, it comes in and you have to unbox them. You have to remove, this is time consuming stuff.
Oh, I know.
Unbox them, you have to get them ready, we have to put our inventory sticker on there, record all that information, put our image on there, make sure that they're working, and then we send them out to the school and we do a swap.
And let me just say, I'm so excited that Mike Craig Chromebooks are ready, and thank you.
Yeah, we heard your request last year, and no, I thought that it was I thought it was something we needed to do also. The reason that we had problems in the past was that money always kind of came out of the money that came to us after July 1st. And I never could quite figure out how to purchase everything, from the year previous and then get that money and get it purchased when July 1st got here. Because, funding and stuff takes time to set up the accounts and stuff like that. So it put us a little bit behind. And some years the Chromebooks would get here, but it was the cases that were back ordered. And then some years the cases were sitting here ready and the Chromebooks were back ordered. So there were rumors when we started hearing rumors about schools closing down about mid-February. Rumors were circulating, and so I told Van Geer, I said, we need to just go ahead. So we placed an order for 1,000, and not knowing the future at that time. And I'm glad we did. I'm glad we did. We would be in a little bit of a mess right now. Frankly, I'm really surprised that we're getting them by the end of September. It's just some of the manufacturers were telling me that they're having a hard time getting parts from overseas, and the shipping right now is just crazy. So there were districts I know that spent some of their CARES Act money after us, and they're looking at October and November for making their prices. So there's a big rush on that.
So in some shape or form, whether it is a temporary device or their permanent device, all the students should have something to start school with.
Yes, we have enough devices for that. We have enough devices for that. I personally, this is just a personal note, I just don't know how effective regular Chromebooks are for students under second grade. I think they're gonna have difficulties logging in, and I think they're gonna have a lot of help. And I'm not just going on my, I've talked to a lot of directors and districts, and that seems to be where the cutoff is, of where you need some kind of touchscreen. And but if we did decide to give those to K-5 and first grade, we've got it.
So right now, you were just, actually, you're in a plan to, just trying to read back on one of your notes that you answered. So the 5K in first grade, do you think it's just best to wait till those 2-in-1 devices come in and not start them on anything else? Is that what you're suggesting?
That's my personal opinion. I do not have a degree in education. I'm just a computer engineering. But in my observation and what I've heard from around the state, I think I personally would hold that. But we will do whatever teaching and learning with Dr. Thomas wants to do on that. If they think that there is benefit to give those students those regular Chromebooks until their 2-in-1 devices come in, we'll give it to them.
I think it would take them that long to learn how to use them and then have to turn around and learn how to device. I mean, no, I have a couple of nephews and niece, and she can work an iPhone like nobody's business. So I definitely think that younger age group, the touchscreen is the way to go.
But we're ready either way. We're ready.
And our younger students do have the opportunity of attending computer lab class, so they do have some experience with working with like desktops and laptops and things. So it's not totally ground zero, but you don't want to experience just from attending the computer lab class.
Okay, so these devices that we ordered accomplish 3 things. It gets the right type of device in the right hands. They come with cases and coverage plans for added protection, and it will allow us to retire all of the Gen 2 Chromebooks, like I said earlier, which hit end of life in September of 2021. In mid-February, when rumors of, I think I've already said that, I'm sorry. The CARES Act funding also allowed us to order replacement teacher laptops. On June 17th, we placed an order for 93 laptops to replace the oldest teacher laptops in the district. That shipment arrived on July 19th, and we have begun the replacement process. We have enough devices for every teacher to have access to a laptop. So I don't know if you picked up on that, but we ordered on June 17th, and they came in on July 19th. Don't have a problem with teacher laptops. It's just any kind of student device that's on the vehicle.
Is it where you order them from? I mean, are
No, we
you
order
required?
from the same place.
I mean, are you required to order them from a certain vendor or?
No, we're Dale. We've been Dale for 24, 25 years now. We order from the same. We order directly from Dale. It's just the demand for the student devices far exceed the demand for the teacher devices.
Do you know, I have had a couple of teachers say, I don't have a laptop, how am I supposed to learn from home if, on those days that if we have to shut down for any reason? Are teachers expected just to let their principal know if they don't have a laptop? Or do you have some sort of log on who has a laptop?
We have it checked out through the inventory, so we can look and see who's got checked out. Our systems engineers who are assigned to schools, they're the ones that really keep tabs on who's got laptops and who doesn't. About a year and a half ago, we started putting the word out that the desktops in the classrooms were going to have to start being phased out, and you were not going to be able to have multiple devices in your classroom. teacher was gonna get a laptop with a docking station, and they were gonna have to multitask with that one, because our funding is just kind of, so if there are teachers out there that do not have a laptop, we really don't know about it, so.
Okay.
we do what I say. And we've made great strides in the last 2 years, I would say, in really making sure that everyone has a laptop. And since the spring, it's a priority in our district. It's just not teachers and staff anymore. It's everyone trying to replace them. As desktops come up for replacement, we're trying to replace them with a laptop. So if we were to get sent home, everybody's got a laptop they can grab it. That's our goal. Outside of CARES Act funding, we use yearly budgeted bond money to replace the oldest technology equipment in the district. Priorities started shifting a year or two ago when bond money used to buy new Chromebooks and carts, which added more devices, which covered more grade levels, and started replacing the oldest Chromebooks. We knew without additional funding, a device for every student would not be possible. Distance learning is reshaping the technology landscape in education at all levels. Desktops are being phased out in favor of laptops with docking stations. The future of existing wired labs is most definitely in question. E-learning has taught all school districts that mobility is a must for students, teachers, and staff, but it comes with a price. Classroom equipment such as interactive displays, document cameras, printers, etc., will be much more difficult to replace or repair because of the replacement demands of student and teacher devices.
When you're talking about that, made me think about kids being in pure class, when you're talking about wired computers. Would that be something that we're looking at, that we're no longer gonna be having kids go into like a computer lab classroom where they're sitting down with computers like that we have now, that it's gonna be more just little mobile devices that they have?
So there's a lot of districts out there that already have gotten rid of their wired labs. One, they need the classroom space. Another, they have found out that now that they're one-to-one, they don't have the funding to support labs, keep labs replaced, and support all the one-to-one devices and get them replaced in a timely manner. So, yeah, I do think the future is looks like our wired labs will kind of be phased out. The high school, we have the most wired labs, but right now all of those labs are funded by CAPE money, and so as long as the CAPE money holds out, we'll keep those labs going because they're some of them are specialized labs, and some of those labs require special software. I know there's an Apple lab for graphics up there. That's very specialized equipment. So, as long as the CAPE money holds out, I'm a little more concerned about the middle school and the elementary levels. I think the middle schools will be the first schools that we phase out the wired labs, and then
How will we do just good old fashioned keyboarding skills if we don't have those desktops available? Because just the hand placement and it is not like typing on an iPad. It's not like even typing on an iPad that has a little keyboard attachment or a laptop. They're all very different from just your good old fashioned keyboard strokes.
Chromebooks, you can always hook up an external key, full size regular size keyboard to just through the USB port.
But if we phase out those those labs, will we have keyboarding? I mean, I couldn't imagine, I know people hunt and peck now to write a document. I couldn't imagine trying to write a document doing hunting and pecking if I didn't have good old Sherry Wilson had taught me typing skills way back when. So how will we still be able to teach that component, but yet just have a Chromebook? You're saying attach an external keyboard to it?
I think that keyboarding will have to be taught on a Chromebook one day. I'm not saying that it has to be done right now, but I think we need to find ways to teach keyboarding on a Chromebook. Now, that's coming from a technology perspective. There may be a curriculum perspective that's like still addressing that. So that's what I think, as we, I'm concerned that one-to-one and it's one-time money that we got with this CARES money. And I have some concerns that 4 or 5 years down the road, when all these devices come up for replacement, we're not going to have to replace them. I'm very concerned about that. But right now, we're worried about starting school and
Right.
COVID-19, and we have some other concerns. So we just need to worry about today. So, but I do think that one day we'll have to find some ways to teach keyboard. At the current time, and with thanks to a long history with E-rate, we have very strong infrastructure. We have one gig from our district office out to all of our sites, and we have one gig pipeline out to the internet and back. Hotspots and internet access. We received a memo from the State Department about 2 weeks ago concerning potential funding for internet access for homes that needed assistance. The state asked us to start working on identifying such homes. I have also reached out to what I think is District 55's best coverage options, which is PRTC for wired internet service and AT&T for additional hotspots. We already have relationships with both of those vendors. PRTC has done some great things for this district, and they helped us out a lot with graduation. We told them we were going to do it outside. And they had trucks up there, they ran fiber for us, and graduation, we couldn't have done that without some help from PRTC. So, been talking to them to find out about this state funding. I think if we offer some internet options, hotspots and wired internet, my concern right now is that if state funding is involved, we're going to have to filter that somehow. So working out some of the details, but I haven't gotten any final word from the state about the funding yet. So which is kind of in a pending holding state right now for that. But talked to the AT&T representative yesterday, working on some other steps too.
Do you know how many households that would need access?
I do not. Ms. Little, it's very difficult information to find. I don't know all of the reasons why, but and I have talked to my peers around the state, and it's just very difficult information to find out.
It probably has a lot to do with the individuals that need the help. Maybe don't have a landline or change their phone number frequently or have a cell phone that they change frequently. So I can see where that would be a problem. I would guess that maybe the guidance counselors and teachers and school principals would probably have a better feel for who might need help versus from the district office levels.
We have some information in Power School that we can pull from that would give us a block that probably be a good place to start. But at some point, the household has to tell us, yes, we need assistance here. So we've got starting points on that, but it's gonna come down to, the household saying, yes, I need some.
So the hot spots, are they gonna be like the little devices that we would give? I know we've got some at the office. They're just little small devices that we've given to some of the guys, like if they're out on the job or whatever, they can take with them so they can pull up their laptops. So is it gonna be that kind of thing that we're gonna give to individuals, or?
Yes, we ordered around 40 of them, in the spring. Unfortunately, it was such a back order on. We got those in the week before we broke for summer. So, I think we have 3 of those checked out right now to the students that, are taking summer classes. I haven't heard any complaints from them, but yes, ma'am, they're very similar to that. Basically just turn them on and, you connect to, you'll see it pop up in your Wi-Fi list, and, you know, and it works off an AT&T signal. And, our experience here in our half of Lawrence County, AT&T cell coverage is better. It's the best carrier that we have found, because of its previous relationship with BRTC and the number of towers that they constructed, over the years.
Do we think that it could fall back into the category like what Anthony was talking about earlier, you know, with some of the devices, like we were talking about getting lost, that it may turn up that those are the households that would need these devices as well?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. But a hotspot, the cell phone companies really don't make a whole lot of money on the device itself. It's the monthly recurring cost. That's where they're making their money. The cost of the device is, I don't want to say nothing,
Right.
but if let's put it this way, if the Chromebook doesn't get turned in versus a hotspot doesn't get turned, I'd rather the hotspot not get turned in, just from a cost standpoint. It's just not as expensive. Hotspots are very small
Right.
and they just serve one purpose. That's really concludes my report, but I'll be glad to answer any questions. If you want me to talk about any other topic, I can.
Yeah, I wanted you to talk about how we're gonna be communicating with the virtual academy, what kind of technology we're gonna be having there, because there's, you know, like Kathy and I both did the school board meetings online, which were not good. I mean, it's not good at all to be sitting at home and trying to participate in a school board meeting. So just hoping that we're not gonna have that same type of format for kids and teachers and what the.
Well, we have 4 platforms that we suggest in our district. There's Microsoft Teams, there's WebEx, there's Schoology conferences, and there's Google Meet. We are a Google district. That's how all of our email accounts and all that through Google. So we suggest one of those 4 platforms. We feel like that one of those 4 platforms should work fine. One thing that we cannot control is connection speeds at the home. We can't control how many users are at home trying to hit, the internet. Anything at the home other than the device we don't have a whole lot of control over. So,
So if you had 3 kids at the house trying to get into 3 different classrooms on virtual school,
I would
say,
say there's a good chance they're gonna have some connection issues. Streaming, we're actually a little concerned with having a school full of teachers. And this is one of those things where, we're not gonna know until we try it, because, it's very similar to online testing with a wireless device when that came around a couple of years ago. We said we cannot simulate this, we're gonna have to try it. And we had some flops. We got better, we knew where to put the access points, and I think this is very similar to that. Our infrastructure is strong, but when you have every teacher, or possibly a lot of the teachers in every classroom streaming the lesson out through our streaming takes a lot of bandwidth. We're just gonna have to try and see what happens.
I've got a couple of questions. One, going off Terry's, if, let's say the students that are signing up for the virtual academy, is there a recommendation that if you have more than 1 student in your home that will be on virtual academy, you need to make sure you have at least this from your internet connection speed? Or, I mean, is there something that we can help parents with up front, say, you might need to consider upgrading or making sure you have this minimum if you have multiple students in your home? I'm just trying to figure out a way to like help families that might say, oh, we can't get on, but never look at their own internet issues.
I can try to find some guidelines on that. It might suggest a certain amount, a speed level or a bandwidth level that we might suggest. Say if you've got 2 devices streaming at the same time. I will try to find some
It's just an
information
idea
on
to
that.
try to maybe help up front to
Yes,
make sure.
I do. I think that's a good idea. From flipping that around and looking at inside the school district, I just don't. I think it's going to be a very difficult thing for us to simulate, and it's just going to be. We're just going to have to try it and find out where our weak spots are.
So, in theory.
Can I say, we may not have any problems. Okay? So I don't want to throw everybody into a panic. We have a very strong infrastructure, but I've got to admit, we've never had every teacher streaming before.
So it could be overloaded.
Yes, ma'am.
Possibility.
Yes, ma'am. So we are treading, and you made a comment earlier that live streaming from the classroom is we should have been prepared for this from spring. It's backwards now.
Right.
We've got all the teachers in the classrooms, and we're telling them to live stream from the district out.
right,
Whereas in the spring, we had everyone at home, and we were telling them to, do classes, and it was more spread out when it was at home. So it's very different. What we had in the spring and what we're faced with in the fall.
So it sounds like we need a trial run before everybody enters the doors, and just hypothetical, if there was a hybrid model and you went to school on Monday and then on Tuesday you needed to watch live stream, well, nothing's there because the service can't handle it or the infrastructure can't handle it. So could we possibly move these 2 black days to I'm just gonna say September 11th,
10th and 11th.
for everybody to test the system, to see how it works, so if there's any issues, they can be figured out sooner rather than later. I'm just throwing stuff out.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely an option that we can move those. practice days earlier.
You know, during leap week, can there be a time where everybody at the high school is, okay, get on right now and start live streaming to somebody, you know, just live stream and see how it handles it? I mean, is there a way we can figure out at least a little bit before students actually need to log on?
Sure, I'm all in favor of some trial runs. You know, I think that would be a great idea. And as soon as we kind of nail down some dates and what we're actually going to do, then yeah, we can do that.
And we'll definitely do that during leap week with our K-8, because all of those teachers will be there. But for high school, it's only our ninth graders that will bring in during that time for the high school.
But even if just and I'm not an IT person, but I mean, so even just if the teachers, so you're saying the teachers at the high school will not be there during leap week, only the ninth graders? Okay.
But we can't move those black days. That black days
that
have to
week,
be
yeah.
in the calendar.
Yeah, for a minute there, I was thinking all the teachers would be there that week,
So
so,
we can still do it with the small enrollment.
yeah, just to see how
In
it
addition
goes.
to our K-8.
Or we could schedule it the week of teacher professional development, that first week, whatever that ends up being, the yellow week.
The yellow week.
We could do it,
I
and
don't
that
think,
way everybody's there.
yeah, I don't think students need to be there because doesn't matter who's logging on, it just matters how much you're live streaming out. Is that what will tell you if it's?
Yeah, we would just want to see enough people doing that to tax the system. You know, I've talked to my staff about it. It will make a difference if every teacher is doing a live stream lesson, but it would make a big difference if the schools were full of kids too at that time.
Yeah.
But, you know, if we have all the teachers live streaming lessons, but the school is a fourth or a half full with students who are also logged in, not to the live stream,
Right,
but
just
maybe
using the
to
service.
M or Schoology or Study Island or one of those, then yeah, that, you know, anything we can do to kind of, you know, give us an indication of where we might have some issues would be great. We can look at the system and see where our problems are. Did I answer your question earlier about platforms?
About the what?
Video conferencing platforms.
Yeah, and I
I
mean-
know that it's, I've been on plenty of video conferencing calls, and you know, some of them go great, and some of them aren't worth your time. And a lot of times you just can't find a rhyme or reason to it. So
I know you gave 4 options, but I mean, would we choose one and everybody's gonna stick with that one? Or
I
everybody's
think
just
all
gonna choose what they wanna do?
all 4 of those, we are, like Schoology, we're licensed to use that for teachers. Google, we're licensed for it. WebEx, I think we use their free product. Microsoft Teams, we're licensed for that one also.
I'm sorry. We are asking that the teachers use Google Meet for our virtual instruction as well as virtual academy. We still have Schoology that we will be using in other capacities as far as being able to share resources with the teachers. Teachers are able to share resources across the school district, across grade levels, within the same grade level. But as far as the unified thing that we're using for the actual virtual instruction, would be Google Meet, unless there's something that changes with that.
And when you say virtual, you mean virtual academy and e-learning, or either way, that's it.
So y'all found that that's the best one as far as transmitting back and forth, or?
I don't know that it's necessarily the best. Kind of the ones that Mr. Kelly described are pretty comparable, I would say, as far as the ones that out of those 4. However, that's the one that we would be able to do as far as the Google Classrooms and everything kind of connect together. That would be the one that would be probably the most user-friendly. And then especially since we're also working with another district with the virtual academy, and they don't have all the same platforms that we have, so there is some consistency in that regard as well.
Is everybody avoiding the C word?
Well, I guess we can't use Zoom.
Well, I personally, anything that I have done during this whole process, if it has been a Zoom meeting, works like a charm. WebEx or web text, whatever this is that we've done, it was just spotty, couldn't hear anything, you really, it's just, it was not good. I mean, Zoom, I mean, I guess, you know, it's not a good platform, but as far as.
I agree with you.
Safety.
I think from a user-friendly standpoint and just ease of use, I agree with you. Zoom is by far the best out there. And, you know, I thought the teachers were, you know, going to come after us last spring when we had to make some changes. But Zoom just has some security flaws, and they are getting better. And I talked to my staff yesterday, and you know, they're the intelligent ones. They know this stuff, and they're saying that they didn't think that it was quite ready yet. We have compromised on this. You know, Zoom in our district is not completely shut down. Our advice to our teachers and staff was that if you could accept a Zoom invitation from somebody outside of our organization, because we can't ignore the fact that the State Department sends us Zoom invitations. We can't ignore those. So we realized that we were going to have to accept those invitations. We're just asking that you not host any Zoom meetings in our district, and especially with students. Not until, you know, we have confidence in Zoom that they have fixed, you know, all of their, and I'm sure I get arguments out there from, you know, experts that, oh, they fixed this and fixed that. But we've done our own research, and we just don't, you know, we're going to err on the side of caution. That's what the district pays us to do, is to protect all the users of this district. And it's just, I think it's in everyone's best interest that we just stay away from Zoom for at least a little longer. Anything else?
Okay, good morning again. I'm happy to be able to continue our discussion as it relates to the reentry plans for the 2020-2021 school year. So you've heard all the different information that we have as far as our goals, the CARES funding, looking at DHEC information. So I am going to move now into social emotional learning. We do understand the importance of social emotional learning, and it is definitely a top priority in Lawrence 55. So as we move forward with our learning options, whatever is hopefully decided today, we will have an intentional focus on social, emotional, and academic learning. And so no matter the choice is made, we will make sure that we provide those positive learning environments for our students, staff, and families, as well as our district webpage. We will have a resource site that we will have functional soon, that will include resources for parents and students as it relates to social and emotional well-being for the students and staff. This will also be embedded in our instructional practices, so in our lessons, we will also include social emotional learning as well, whether that's via virtual instruction, e-learning, or face-to-face. There will be a focus on social emotional learning for our students. And so we will we'll look at monitoring that social emotional learning for all of our students. So we will have different things as far as check-ins. We'll have our school counselors working with our students as well, whether face-to-face or remotely, just kind of getting a pulse and checking in on their social emotional the learning. We do value that, and we know that it's important, and especially after the change and everything that has happened in regarding just school closures and the pandemic and kind of the state that we're in as far as society. So this will definitely be an emphasis as we continue with the learning for our district. I sent out a survey. We were able to capture the survey through phone where the parents could respond. And so there were 5 questions to this survey. And the first question just was basic information about how many students live in the home. So you can see there we had a total for 746, had 1 child, 582, 2, 205 for 3, 74, had 4 children, 25, 5, 9 for 6 children, and 5 had 7, 3 had 8, and 2 had 9.
Those 2 that have 9 are gonna need some hotspots.
Yes.
Maybe more.
8.
Yeah. Can you share with us, so I don't have to bring out my calculator, can you share how many parents this went to and how many total responses that you got?
Yes, and I'll ask Mr. Finley to pull that information
Okay.
for me. So he will get that information. I have the totals. We did find out through this process that there are a significant amount of phone numbers that our number is blocked. So we could not get through the some phones because our number is
I
blocked.
think that must have been from the previous administrator calling so many times. I don't think they like hearing from you. Maybe they'll like hearing from you now.
Hopefully that's my goal. So we will
Maybe they
continue.
blocked him.
And we've always had kind of the trouble of keeping accurate and current numbers in our power school system. So we will continue to work on that and.
And they're the ones that will be screaming, well, I didn't know that. Nobody called me, but
They already telling them.
oh yeah, you didn't call me.
I actually forwarded your alert to somebody.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yeah.
The second question was about preferring traditional face-to-face instruction 5 days a week. 843 parents said yes, 753 parents said no. For question 3, in regards to the virtual preference for the virtual academy, 703 parents said yes, and 849 parents said no.
See, I would think at least 753 would say yes, since they aren't ready for face-to-face.
Yeah, from the one before.
You have those numbers?
When we sent the survey out on July 15th, we sent to 3,550 homes. We had 1,454 responses. The next day, when we tried to target the homes that we didn't get the first day, we sent to 749 homes. And we got 198 responses.
Wow. And that was just from being blocked or they just didn't answer? Because I know I saw that it said it would not leave a message.
Because what would happen, my understanding is that we had told it would have cut off anyway because you had to make, you had to press
Right,
a number
right.
to keep going. So,
Right, so if you add that 1450 and 198 is,
well, and some of those numbers as well have been disconnected, haven't they, Mr. Andrews?
well, but these are how many actually
Okay,
answered.
okay.
So that's what? Yeah, 1648 out of 35. So that's what percent?
It's close to half.
Um,
It's close to half.
So the way I understand, all told, and I'm gonna round, I'll give you that, about 3,500 households received the survey, and about 1,600 replied. Is that about right?
3550 went out, 1648 responded.
So a little less than 50% responded.
And it tries 3 times per number.
So we will continue to work on different avenues and different options to try to reach as many parents as possible. Question 4 was in regards to preferring e-learning option. In this question, there was just a brief explanation that this would be an enhanced option than what we experienced in the spring. So we had 554 parents say yes and 949 say no. And so for the last question, as it relates to the hybrid option, 554 parents said yes and 949 answered no for this option.
There were no options to provide why on that.
Not through this.
Yeah.
Now, the previous survey did give an opportunity for some comments if they had it. But even then, not necessarily knowing if we are reaching the same group, which is very likely, we could definitely look at the comments presented from that. And that varied from just whether, the hybrid, it may have just been because they really, really preferred virtual, or they really, really did not feel comfortable with face-to-face. So there are a lot of different options that played into that based on the previous comments. So as far as our learning options for fall 2020, our goal is traditional face-to-face, and that's 5 days a week, and attendance for all students. And then, of course, we're happy that we also have the option for the virtual academy. This allows the parents to be able to choose this option if they have success with the e-learning option and feel that that's best for their child at this point, or they just do not feel comfortable yet for the face-to-face return. When we're looking at our different learning options.
Can I say something about virtual academy? And I know we talked about this, and I see it here about saying about the live and recorded lessons. One concern that I have about the virtual academy is, I think one thing that we need to stress with the students that are going into virtual is that they have to get up and go to school. We can't have students signing up for virtual academy just to have the opportunity to sleep in and then watch a recorded session of a teacher. I think we've really got to put a focus on that the students need to get up and attend school, and them having a live interaction with that teacher is going to count as an attendance And if they're not gonna be in a live, face-to-face with that teacher, that they need to provide some type of a doctor's excuse or something to show why they were not in a live. It should not be that just because they're in a virtual academy, that they get to watch a recorded session every time. And that gets them by with receiving their grades for that class. When you've got other students in the class, it puts added pressure on the teacher then to have to go back and interact with that student differently, you know, because that student's taking that time that, you understand what I'm saying there?
Yes, ma'am, I agree. That is definitely where we will place our emphasis, and that is definitely the ideal situation. That is built in there for the times when there could be a case where there's an emergency, or where it may be because of the family's work schedule, the child may have to go to another home that may not have access. And so it's just kind of provided in the event that there's a case like that where, because of work schedules or because of an emergency. So it should not be, this is my routine, what I'm going to do, I'll just watch the recording. Because it will be a regular schedule, full day's work, and it's very difficult to do that on a regular basis. So our emphasis will be placed on them actually watching and engaging in the live lesson. But that will also be there for if the students are doing it independently, and the parents also need to go back to help with some reinforcement and also to help with homework as well, they are able to access the recording.
Yeah, I understand that. I understand that that would be a good thing to have for the parent to be able to go back and watch and help the student with homework and stuff. I just don't want it to be a fallback for students to feel like, you know, I don't have to get up and go to school. You know, I'm gonna sign up for this virtual academy, and I know that it's gonna be recorded, and, you know, I don't have to be there live.
Yes, I completely agree.
A way to make everybody accountable. Teachers are gonna be accountable to students, we're gonna be accountable to teachers, and everybody can be.
Yes, so we'll definitely have our teachers, if they see that this is happening, becoming a pattern with students, they will reach out to those students and to those families, to the parents, as well as school counselors as well. So we will have some, if we're seeing that this is a pattern and it's not just because of, unless they've spoken to a school counselor about some special circumstances that are taking place, we will have a check-in system to help with that so it doesn't fall in, I just don't want to get out of bed to go to school. So we'll definitely follow up and have that accountability piece embedded.
Especially feedback, because I've heard some students say, well, they're not gonna contact me back, you know, and I'm like, no, that's not true. Well, I guess it is, they did it before. So again, everybody's gonna be accountable.
Yes.
That's one way of holding all of them.
Okay, so as we look at our learning options, just knowing that we are in the middle of a pandemic, so we do have to consider and look at the spread condition levels. The goal of Lawrence County School District 55 administration is to return to in-person school 5 days a week as soon as it is safe to do so. So we definitely want to move as quickly as possible toward this goal, but also knowing that we will go as slow as we may need to go in order to maintain the health and safety of our students and our staff. So when we're looking at the spread levels, we have low, recommending traditional face-to-face 5 days a week, medium, hybrid model, and high e-learning. So these are based on the guidelines provided by Accelerated Ed Task Force, recommended that school districts correlate their attendance plans by the community spread levels that are reported by health professionals. So when we look at our learning options for fall, we have our traditional face-to-face, which is our goal and what we all want to be back at as soon as we can and as soon as it's safe to do so. And so this is 5 days a week attendance for all students. And this option would be available when, by looking at the data, it is safe to do so where it is safe for the students and the staff. The hybrid would be where students will attend in person 2 days a week. Teachers will have the entire class for e-learning on that Wednesday, 1 day a week. And then students will engage in e-learning 2 days a week during the hybrid model. So half of the students will attend on Monday and Tuesday, and the other half will attend on Thursday and Friday. And so this is the only face-to-face option currently in the plan that will allow us to maintain the social distancing in our schools based on the recommendations that we have received. E-learning, our e-learning instruction, again, we have learned from the challenges that we experienced in the spring. So we have enhanced our e-learning. And so this is instruction that will be provided by the teacher. The teacher will be in the schools, live streaming the lessons. There will be a regular daily schedule. And this is when we're not able to attend in person due to the community spread levels. And then again, our virtual academy, which our parents have signed up for and are still in the process of signing up for. Again, as stated before, there's a regular daily schedule, 1 semester commitment, live and recorded lessons. There will be tutorials, check-in, timely feedback from the teacher, and that also will go for the e-learning option as well, in addition to that engagement piece. And so that is definitely, as far as feedback, we received a lot of feedback about wanting more engagement and more timely feedback. So we definitely want to have a plan in place so that that will be able to occur.
Why do we look at 1 semester versus 1 year? I mean, just a whole year, I'm just kind of.
We looked at giving the parents the option based on whether the conditions are better and they would like to return to face-to-face instruction. And also, if they feel that their child's really struggling in this type of learning option, they would have the option to return.
Now, if everything goes well and it's down, and, I thought about cold and flu season and all, but, that'll probably raise a lot of numbers and a lot of reworking and a lot of space possibly we don't have. I was just thinking along those lines somewhere that,
Well,
once it's over.
they may want to continue. I mean, they will be able to continue as well. And we will have to look at scheduling and numbers at that time.
How many have actually signed up from L55?
We have about 1,700, but that was the last time I looked, and it was still increasing. So we have about 1,700.
Do you have that broken down by grade group?
Yeah, it's on the slide.
Okay. I have a couple of questions about the learning options for fall that you have listed. Okay, on the, and not that I'm a fan of this, but I'm gonna ask some questions. So the hybrid model that you're proposing, and I had mentioned this to you maybe in an email or something, we could discuss this. Monday and Tuesday for half the students, that would put them leaving the teacher on Tuesday and not seeing that teacher for almost a week before they have face-to-face time with that teacher. Would Monday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Thursday not make more sense as far as having the students in face-to-face with the teacher in the event that, they do have something to address or more, opportunities to be in class during testing time, instead of just Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday?
Okay. To address your question, as it relates to having days back to back, from an instructional standpoint, it's more effective to be able to introduce a lesson, teach a lesson, and then to also have another day to to practice and have some follow-up with it versus they go off and not really sure if there's an understanding. So it's definitely beneficial in the sense that the teachers would have the students consecutive days, and so they're able to continue a lesson or continue a lab or things that they've started, instead of there being a break in that instruction between the 2 days. So we found that consistency with the back-to-back would be very helpful for instruction from an instructional standpoint. And then on Wednesday, they will still have that instruction from the teachers. However, the teacher, it will be e-learning. It will be e-learning instead of actual face-to-face.
And it was another model that, I kind of emailed you about, family model. I know to me, younger kids, was that ever discussed or an option? Just curious.
Yes, but we've looked at it a little bit differently, but we have something similar as far as kind of the family model, but maybe not as many families as maybe some of the other districts have. So we'll look at that in just a few slides as far as looking at how they're broken up into the different teams. So we're referring to them as teams instead of family.
Okay.
So it's a little different, but pretty much the same concept as some of the other districts.
And then, on the e-learning option, if everyone's e-learning, would teachers be expected to just do that from their home, or would they be expected to go into the school building to do the e-learning?
The expectation would be for them to come to the school building.
Yeah, I think that's important to have a professional looking background. I know it was talked about at one time of having, that some of them could teach from home, but, if you're sitting outside and the birds are chirping and, it's just not as professional looking as if you've got a medium board behind you or whatever that you're teaching from. Even if you're in a classroom and it's empty, it still looks more, professional and more like, this is serious business.
Right.
We're here to do schoolwork, and it's, this is serious and this is not, you're not just getting a participation check mark today that you attended this class, and you're actually gonna be graded and, you need to engage.
Yes. We definitely want, again, to have an enhanced version from what we had in the spring. So we thought that would definitely help with that process by having the teachers come in. And that will also allow that they will be able to receive some technology support if there happens to be any issues with technology. We'll have our school staff, our technology people in the buildings that can assist, our administrators in the building as well. So we definitely thought that would be one way to help improve what happened previously.
Well, what is our district able to do to help teachers who say will have to go in the school building to teach e-learning to their high school teacher, but yet they have elementary and middle school students that need to be home getting their own e-learning, but they are now at school and their students aren't home, their children aren't home.
We are talking about some different options for that. Nothing has been finalized yet, but we are looking at how we might be able to help and support teachers that may be in that situation. So this is just when we're looking at it, corresponds to the previous slide where we're looking at the different phases. So our green phase, this would be all of our students in attendance daily, 5 days a week. We will have enhanced cleaning and disinfecting. We would like to require that at this time, no outside visitors, parents or families, except if there's IEP meetings that cannot be held digitally or by phone. As far as transportation during this time of the green phase, The bus driver will wear a mask or face shield. Masks will be available for students as well. They'll be made available. Hand transportation will still be encouraged when possible if they're able to do so. But if not, we will definitely follow the recommendations as far as transportation. So temperature and screening required for all K2 students. Also with the 5-question questionnaire for students and staff, but students in grades 3 through 12. And then with our lunch, we're working with one tonight with being able to look at our scheduling for that and the rotation to make sure that we're following guidelines as it relates to having the students spread out, but still being able to efficiently do that process with them getting fed. So we're looking at meals in the classrooms and maybe also in the cafeteria as well, just depending on, in some cases, the building, the school, and the scheduling as well. But we are working on ironing that out. And then as far as in the classroom, we'll just continue to follow the guidelines and recommendations that are provided by the healthcare professionals. So again, this is our goal. Our goal is to be able to stay in the green phase. This is, we want to go back 5 days a week to a traditional schedule. But again, I just want to emphasize that we want to do this when it is safe to do so for our students and our staff. The yellow phase, this is when we will have 50% of our students in attendance daily. Again, same guidelines as far as no outside visitors or parents or families, except when there's a meeting that is required that cannot be held digitally or by phone. And so the green team, which I'll talk about more in depth in just a moment, but they would attend on Monday and Tuesday. And so those parents would be notified that they're on the green team and so that they would attend on those days. And then the gold team will attend on Thursday and Friday. And so we're looking at having the 50% in attendance on those days to allow us to be able to social distance in the classrooms. And then on Wednesdays, the teacher will teach a virtual class for the entire class together. The teachers are on site during that time, and Wednesdays will also be used for the deep cleaning as well. Although we also have cleaning that will deep cleaning that will take place in the evenings in addition to that. So with our transportation, 50% of students to school on the bus, and we've looked at that in the past, but I still have the diagram in here where we're looking at 1 student per seat on the bus unless they are from the same family. Again, the bus driver will wear a mask or face shield, and the mask will be available for students. And again, we'll try to encourage parents, if they're able to do so, to provide transportation to help with this. And if not, we'll definitely have transportation available.
Who's going to provide that? As they get on the bus?
We will have them on the bus, yes, sir. We will have those available on the bus.
So they, if the child gets it, get another one on.
Yes, sir.
Are we hiring more janitorial staff because of these deep cleaning intervals? I'm quite sure if you have to do Monday and Tuesday, and yet we know, it's Thursday, Friday, and then Wednesday. Great, the cleaning staff, will that be? Or I know we have some already in our district, but we also have the cleaning service. And I was just curious as to.
There's been conversations about, I know that there are some districts who are contracting out to even clean the buses or to clean the classrooms. At this point, we are, even we're talking with Dr. Harris, we feel like we're able to do it, even if we have to shift teams, kind of like we did when schools closed, and have teams go in to help with that. But for the most part, we will either use, we still have our contract service, we will either utilize them, they will help with it, as well as our district custodians. So, we will definitely maximize social distancing with our students 6 feet apart. And ask that our students will wear masks during class changes and in hallways where, there will be more exposure to others. And again, just continue to follow the guidelines and recommendations provided by health professionals, CDC, and DHEC.
We were talking about, asking the students to wear the K through 12. Susan had mentioned the family model before, and I was just curious if that was something that we could do with the younger students, especially with them having more problems trying to wear a mask and, you know, not be fiddling with masks and not have the problems of, you know, teachers having to work with the younger students, that the teachers would be moving instead of the students moving. So we wouldn't have as many problems that maybe, you know, the elementary, and then when we got to middle and high school, the one, when they're actually changing classes and that kind of thing, that it would be more apt that they would wear the mask, that we wouldn't require the younger ones.
Yeah, I've even seen a couple of different, multiple reports saying that just mask up, maybe 12 and under, that it's not even recommended at that age.
Well, and I've read different articles with differing views as it relates to that. What we are proposing or recommending is not that the younger children are wearing it all day, but in the event that they have to take a group to the restroom, because some of our classrooms do not have restrooms inside of the classroom. So cases like that where they may have to take the class in the hallway for that reason, that we would ask during those transition times that they do have the students wear the mask for that. But for, as far as with just all day during the classroom, that is not the recommendation for our younger children.
Okay, and what are we gonna do with parents that do not want their children wearing masks?
We do have the virtual academy still open until Friday.
But we're not gonna give them that option?
We would definitely continue to express the importance of following those guidelines, just as other places that require masks or different screenings prior to entering. I had a dentist appointment. There are certain different things I had to do in order to enter the building. So we will definitely just emphasize that to parents. And again, we're just really wanting to make sure that the safety of the students and staff is our priority.
Right, and I understand that. What if it's something that's a medical? What about special ed classrooms? What are we gonna do there? I would think that may be a little more complicated to.
Yes, ma'am. If there are individual cases, there are health concerns, we'll definitely deal with that on an individual basis. Even with teachers, we're having face shields. There may be something like that may be more applicable for those students that have medical concerns. So we'll definitely look at it on a case-by-case basis to determine what's best for each child.
Would they have to provide something to state that they have some type of medical issue that would exempt them from wearing a mask for us to allow that to happen, or?
We would ask that they submit something to us. In most cases, we probably have a lot of the medical information documented in our system. So, it would already be there and we can just kind of verify through that process as well. But if this is a new medical condition, then we would ask there will be some communication and they would provide some type of documentation of that.
So if we have a student, a high school student, that is just refusing to wear a mask, what will the repercussions be? Will you just ask them to enroll in virtual academy and they're not allowed back in the building? How will that, what really will be the outcome when someone refuses to wear the mask.
I do know that some districts are doing that, as far as just making them enroll in virtual academy. With us, I mean, we deal with discipline issues daily where the students are refusing to do what we ask. So we will continue to follow our discipline guideline. We would talk to parents. We would have them talk to counselors and whatever discipline infractions that would naturally occur for those infractions. We would utilize the same model for this as well.
So you really can't just make them wear it.
No, it's not a law.
So that's the whole point.
That's
We know it's not gonna happen.
It's not a law.
That's the whole point. We know it's not gonna happen. Walmart went to mass yesterday. I went to Walmart last night and fortunately, most people I saw had masks on. But there were those who did not wear masks. You know, so I'm just saying, if you know it's gonna be some infraction, you're gonna have problems.
It really,
But from the legal side too, when a person enters school grounds, the ability to search a car without a search warrant, for example, is waived. So when you're on as such as a military basis,
You have to have a basis though. You can't just go search a car.
But you do not have to have a search warrant like you would out in the public. But my point is, and that was just one example, that there are certain rights that are forfeited once you enter school property that you do not have on public campuses and public in your own home. Is my point there. But you're 100% right, there is no law.
I mean, would this not be treated just like the dress code? Would it not be a new part of the dress code?
yes, I
In
think
this phase that you're talking about?
we would definitely kind of put it in there with that, and even, you know, like ID or something of that matter. It would just be the same type of incident.
And if they refuse to enroll in virtual academy and then they just drop out.
Well, we'll definitely do whatever measures we can to, we don't want students to drop out, because even with dealing with, other dress code issues, you know, if they don't do it, we move through the discipline code and the discipline policy, and it will be the same thing to recapture those students in hopes that they don't drop out of school. So we would still go through the same processes.
How are we gonna temperature screen?
We have purchased thermometers, and so the temperature screening for our K through second graders, the teachers will do that in the classroom, so the temperature screening will take place in the classroom.
On their tongue?
No, it's the no-touch thermometer.
You don't have to touch it. Go to the court.
So they would go to, because a lot of kids come in the morning way before they go to the classrooms. They like go to the gyms or wherever before they report to their classrooms. So they're gonna be among each other
Yes, ma'am. So
before they would be screened.
we are revisiting how students come in the mornings, and even with our dismissal. Because typically our students gather together in groups for morning arrival and as well as departure. So we are revisiting exactly how that will look. Most likely they will end up going straight to the classrooms. So we're kind of working on to see how that process will work, so that the students are able to be socially distanced during those times as well.
Yeah, I think that's something we would need to know as well to be able to choose the option, because if they're coming in, you know, because parents are gonna wanna know that as well when we're choosing our options of how we're gonna reopen school, because if they're coming in, they're gonna wanna know what that day looks like. So if they drop off their child at 7:10 or 7:15, the way that some of them have to go on to work, where is that child going at 7:15? And does that then mean that the teacher has to be there in their classroom at 7:15 instead of later when they, to where, you know, in the past, the child has been reporting to the cafeteria or to the gym or wherever until 10 minutes before, you know, when the bell rings, and then they report to their class. I think that's something we would need to have knowledge of to decide, because I know the parents would, that's one thing they would want to know, well, where's my child going to be? Are they going to be with a group of people?
Right. And to answer your question, as of now, the plan is for the students to go to the classrooms. We're working out the logistics once we know the number of teachers exactly that will be pulled out for the virtual academy. But the plan as of now is that the students will go to the classroom, or they will be in that small group where they're 6 feet apart as far as social distancing. So we'll be utilizing our paraprofessionals as well to help with that process. So definitely by the end of the week, we'll have better information regarding our staffing numbers. But our current plan is that those students, we will not have them in those groups that we typically have, whether it's in the hallway or in the cafeteria or in the gym, that they would be dispersed to classrooms where we can socially distance.
Would that change when we went to the green phase? Would that change back to being?
Possibly, it could possibly change.
That they would then go in back to the gym or the cafeteria group settings instead of?
Yes, ma'am.
So in the going back to the green phase, you said required temperature screening for all K through second grade students, and then a 5-question questionnaire for grades 3 through 12. Is that something they would be answering every day when they went into their first period?
Yes, ma'am. That would be something that they would do once they got into that first period or their homeroom classroom. I definitely see this, especially when we initially enter the green phase, but hopefully it's something that eventually we will be able to phase out. But I think anytime that there is an initial transition into the green phase, we would need to continue to conduct those temperature checks as well as the screening.
And then for the yellow phase, you said, you know, the same thing, requiring temperature checks is, temperature checks would only be for kindergarten through second grade. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So for those students, I know that most of the elementary schools have different drop-off sections for different grade groups. And would there be any way to do the temperature screening at that drop-off point? So if there's a temperature, they don't even get out of their parent's car. Or a whole, like when they get off the bus, check the temperature, and if there's a temperature, they go to a specific location. Versus them coming into the school building with everybody and then being checked and being taken to a different location.
Yes, we discussed that as well. But we also discussed the efficiency that's going to be necessary for the buses to drop off, to clean, and to go get multiple routes. So at this point, we did not feel that we would have enough staff that would be available to check all of the students and for the bus to be able to leave in a timely manner to pick up the additional routes.
Well, it wouldn't be the bus driver who checked them.
No,
It
but
would be once they stepped off the bus.
correct. There was, there was a possible suggestion that the bus would wait or they wouldn't go in. So in that case, if we were holding the bus, that would definitely.
No, they wouldn't
No,
hold
you
the
wouldn't
bus.
hold the bus, you would just have that, okay, if the nurse has a specific location, that if someone's running a fever, they go here.
Instead of just going in.
And just, instead of just going into the building.
We can definitely work on a plan for that.
Like an aide or somebody could do that. Now, if you go to the courthouse, you gotta be checked.
That's the
That's the
whole.
whole thing. You can't go in if you got a temperature. At that door, they turn you around.
That's the
was
thing.
The whole purpose of our last meeting, why I asked that question. Student gets on the bus with a temperature, while bringing to school.
Yeah.
That's why that bus driver needs an assistant, and that temperature needs to be checked, and those kids get on that bus.
Before that child gets on the bus.
Yes, yes.
I had asked this, that's why I asked the question about all people, if every bus driver would have an assistant or an aide, because that would be.
Yeah, I mean, once they're all exposed, I don't know. I guess if we're gonna do it the right way, you gotta start at the root, which is when that child steps on the bus, or either when the child's getting out of their parents' car at school.
Or before they enter that school building.
Yeah, that's what I mean, like.
It's
before
even
they get-
better
yeah.
before they get on the bus, so they can be left home.
That's right, that's
That's
right.
why you.
And then they contaminated the whole
Exactly,
bus and the driver.
But I know if you go to the courthouse,
And then the
they will
driver
turn
can't
you
go
around.
back.
You can't go in.
If they get out of the car and then you check them, if they have a temperature, what you gonna do with them when the parent has driven off?
Yes, we will have some designated areas for those students, but again, we can definitely look at logistically and trying to figure out staffing to be able to check that during our, arrival.
And what is considered a temperature?
I think, it is 100, 100.4.
Okay.
And then when we are in the red phase, this is the time when our levels are high. And so all students are e-learning and there are no activities during this time. Teachers and essential staff will report to the school for the instruction that's required. And so, we will continue with screening for the teachers as well during this time. They will continue to answer the 5-question questionnaire. Sis, you want to stop?
If there's any questions on the red phase, if not, our lunch is here and ready, and if y'all would like to, we can stop now for lunch and then pick back up directly after lunch. Since we got several pages left here.
Yeah.
Whatever the group decides.
That's fine.
Whatever the group decides. Probably need to take a few minutes for bathroom break or something, please.
And I want to apologize in advance. I ordered the exact same thing as last time and specified free, but there's nothing free in there. I didn't order that paper.
Say what?
Yeah, the fruit. She got the same thing as before. But the fruit.
All right, so how long are we gonna take for this?
30.
30 minutes. One other thing before everybody leaves the room, I'd like to introduce our trustee-elect, Mr. Hughes, who's been invited as a guest today.
Thank you so much.
And I'd urge everybody to go by and speak, get to know him, because here in a few weeks, he'll be in here with us up to our neck.
Ready for party.
You'll be blessed to
Reconvene at 1 o'clock.
offer to bless the food.
Oh, go ahead, bless.
Let's pray. Dear Father, we just thank you so much for today, Lord. I just pray that you'll just be with us today, Lord. I pray that the decisions that are made for the safety and the well-being of all our kids can be done in the best manner possible, Lord. I pray that now you'll just bless us through to the nurse of our lives and ask all these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
I don't know if we need to do this, it's COVID, but we're gonna do it anyway.
You have to.
All right, we'll reconvene after lunch. Thank you, Ms. Wilson, that hit the spot.
Thank you.
All right, Dr. Thomas, if you'd like to pick up right where you left off, we'll run on through these last few pages.
Okay, yes, sir. So we ended by looking at the different phases, the green phase, the yellow phase, and the red phase. And so the attendance plan, in general, this is a very fluid process that we will be able to monitor weekly. So as community spread increases, we will move through the different options, traditional learning model to hybrid or e-learning. Currently, DHEC issues a new community spread rating each Monday. I've heard that they are going to change that so that it would be more effective for schools to be able to use that information with determining these different factors. So they're planning to change that to each Friday. I'm not exactly sure when that change will occur. I assume that will be sometime in the very near future, where we receive the information on Friday instead of each Monday. So that will definitely help us be able to prepare and help us be able to communicate to our parents and to our community. So we will continue to monitor the community spread levels each week to determine the attendance plan for the beginning of the school year, and then we will notify parents as soon as possible. So when we're looking at our student attendance group, we have our green team, and this we're looking at our students with the first letter of their last name, A through K, and then our gold team, first letter of their last name, L through Z. We will definitely make sure that any siblings or family members that are living in the same household will be assigned to the same team, therefore having the same attendance plan. These are just some pictures when we're looking at our configurations. Our administrators have been diligently working to look at their classrooms to see how they can arrange the classrooms to adhere to the social distancing guidelines. So this is just an example from one of the schools of how they have been able to set up the desk and the arrangement in the classroom to be able to social distance the students. And what we're looking at, this would be with the students being 6 feet apart.
How will a Montessori classroom look?
It will have to look differently in regards to the social distancing. So they will definitely still be able to do a lot of the same things. However, the setup as far as spacing between the students will be different.
Yeah, but I mean, how is that gonna work? Because I mean, if you're going to a center, usually there's enough space in a center for 2 or 3 kids to work on a particular lesson.
Well,
So, I mean, how is that gonna, there's not space in that, for that center.
we are definitely having to redesign how our classrooms look. Just with the new times, there's new thinking required. So we are having kind of to change the configuration to meet the needs, but also to provide effective instruction. We've also purchased where we will have plexiglass available in those classrooms when we do need to bring a group of students up. So we have the plexiglass and dividers so that students will be able to do some of the guided reading and some of the small group instruction, but still have that safety net with the distance with the dividers and the plexiglass.
Do you have a configuration sample for a Montessori classroom? I mean, because you're dealing, in some instances with a lower Montessori, you've got 3 grade groups that are in there. Sometimes they all work together, sometimes they work independently. You've got different reading levels that split the whole class into different categories as well. Just how the classroom may be configured, and then also is it going to have to be configured in such a way that it's not Montessori anymore? And how will they, and to that same effect, if they're doing e-learning 3 days a week, their instruction, the majority of the time, isn't a whole class instruction. So how, is there, and there could be a sample on in here that we haven't gotten to yet of how their day would be broken up as like, okay, first graders, this is when you log on, second graders, third graders. How will that look different than,
In regards to face-to-face or this e-learning?
well, both. Yeah, both, like physically face-to-face in the classroom, a configuration, but then also e-learning, because that's not a classroom where, it's not a classroom setting where the teacher's teaching to everyone at one time like you would have in middle school, high school.
Okay. To answer the first question, as far as face-to-face instruction, I definitely think it will not be as we're used to it. Although classroom design is a big component of Montessori, it also the philosophy and instructional strategies are a greater part of Montessori. So we will be able to retain the Montessori philosophy as well as the instructional strategies that are used by Montessori teachers, but the classroom setup may have to look differently during the time that we're in the middle of a pandemic.
Have you, as far as just the structure of the classroom setup, and this may be something that you haven't done or maybe something that we could possibly do, and that look at some of the private Montessori schools to see what they're doing and how they're handling those lower grades. Because I know once we get to middle school, it's a little bit of a different setup. They're kind of, it's more like this, but it's that elementary group that seems to be so different. And, how are they going to manage it? Have we looked at any examples of what private Montessori schools are doing?
I know that I have talked to leaders and administrators in the public setting. As far as private, I have not reached out to them just because they have different guidelines, different things that they follow. But we could definitely speak to them as well. But just as talking with those that are public educators, they are
in public Montessori settings?
Yes.
Okay.
They are aware that there will be some changes. We will hold strong to the Montessori philosophy and to those instructional strategies. However, just like in our traditional classrooms, things will not look exactly the same during this time. So there will be some changing. In our traditional classroom, classes are used to working in groups and doing different collaboration things as well. So we want to still encourage that. However, it is going to look a little bit differently during this time until we're able to get to the point to where hopefully we can go back to more of a normal. So again, hopefully with the plexiglass that we have and those dividers, that will allow for a lot of that collaboration, engagement, and group work. That will definitely allow for our teachers to work with those different reading groups. And also we have the mask where you can actually see the mouth, the lips. That's very important for our early grades when you're teaching reading, letter sounds, those things. So we definitely have different options to help make sure we have the most effective instruction as possible with having to make the adjustments that we make.
Can I address one thing about the setup? One of the things they've been reporting to me, kind of how many numbers can fit in the classroom if we're hybrid and 6 feet requirements and that kind of stuff. And one of the things that they've done is with the Montessori classroom, a lot of times their work is on a mat in the floor. So they're looking at how many kind of like hula hoop spaces and then spacing those hula hoops out and trying to get an idea of, okay, if we were working on the floor still, they'll bring them out, how many kids we can fit in here. And so they have been kind of utilizing still the mentality of being able to take a set of materials to the floor on a mat, how we can space that out. If you have furniture that's already there, some of those are tall enough to be the barrier between kids. So it's not that I have to be truly 6 feet apart if I'm right beside a cubby that will actually provide that barrier for me. So we've been looking at even the furniture being some of those barriers, but also what kind of plexiglass we need at a kidney table or on some of our middle school Montessori tables to still allow kids to sit at a table, not be able to necessarily allow the 6 feet, but I've put up a plexiglass border that I can have that structure there so I can still utilize the furniture that we have. So that's kind of what they've been doing on their side. They've been sending us a picture here and there, and that's where we pulled these from. But mostly what I've been getting are list of classrooms and class size that they could adhere to the 6 foot.
Are the teacher, when you say they, are the teachers providing you with that?
Most of the teachers are not there at this time, so we've had our admin team just kind of go around and looking at the size of the room, because I can log in and see the square footage of a room through a Kita box, but I can't see where their furniture is. So I could lay a grid over the top of it and say X number of kids, but they know where their built-ins are, if they're actually in the room. So they just kind of looked at structure with desks, structure with mats or hula hoops for the kindergarten, primary Montessori. And so just kind of looking at the different setups. Some of our special ed rooms may be larger, but could hold more kids than even in the class size. So we've looked at several different options for our kids in our classrooms, as in I can't get many people in, so I'm gonna need more plexiglass for this room and vice versa. So.
And then what about the e-learning piece? If say I'm a Montessori teacher and I'm pulling first graders today, and I've got, today I've got 4 first graders, so all my first graders that are e-learning from home are gonna log in right now and watch this lesson. And then in 30 minutes, I'll have my second graders log on from home and watch the second grade lesson. Is that the anticipation? Like, how do you see that really working in everyday life?
Many of our teachers utilize similar scheduling during the spring, where they had different groups that they met with at different times. So I think it would be very similar to them having the ability to schedule how they need to. But it would also,
in the spring though, they were working from home and all their students were home. Now it would be, I've got some students in front of me and some students, and while they're, would the assistant be in charge of the rest of the class to keep everything on task while they're trying to monitor online and in-person students at the same time?
they will not be monitoring both at the same time. So,
So how are they going to, so I thought the whole point of the e-learning would be that if I'm teaching lesson A today, if you need to learn lesson A, you're either gonna hear it from me face to face because you're in front of me, or you're gonna be watching me because I'm live streaming it. So today we cover lesson A. Tomorrow we'll cover lesson B, same scenario. Are you saying that's not how it's gonna work?
correct. We have definitely looked at that option as well, but the monitoring piece was really the issue because we want the teacher to be very engaged with the students that are participating in e-learning, where their focus is on those students and being able to address the different instructional needs and questions during that time. So the teacher will be teaching the class that they have for face-to-face if it's a hybrid model, and they will be working with those students. When those students are on e-learning, they will be working through other things. Now, the teachers may have recorded some different things that they're saying to them, but
No,
as far as at the
you're specifically
same
talking
time,
about just Montessori, right?
no, just in general for the e-learning. If we're in e-learning or if we're in hybrid.
I'm talking about if we're in hybrid.
So when the students go from face-to-face to e-learning, when they're in that e-learning phase of the hybrid, they're not in one-on-one with that teacher that's teaching live to the in-class student.
Correct. Now, they can definitely watch it. However, as far as the interaction and engagement piece, that is not how it is designed. As far as they will actually have, during the hybrid option, 2 days will be face-to-face. 1 day will be where they have the entire
group together for e-learning. And then the students will have 2 days that they will do e-learning, whether that will be watching some of the instructional videos that have been included by the teachers, working through at Mentum on different lessons or assignments.
But I thought this is the piece where it was going to be different than the spring.
E-learning, if we're all e-learning, where teachers are not responsible for any face-to-face instruction, that will be where the teacher is teaching live all 5 days for those students.
But the hybrid model, and I've asked this a couple of times, so I'm surprised that there obviously was miscommunication somewhere, but you know, I kept saying, if I'm teaching today to these students, then tomorrow those same students, you know, if you're teaching on Tuesday and you're teaching lesson A, by Thursday, the whole class should be moved on to lesson C. So on Wednesday, you may do it all together, lesson B, but then on Thursday, everybody's on lesson C. Not that e-learners are doing something different than whatever's happening in the classroom. I thought that was the whole point of being able to live stream. So everyone would have the same schedule every day and log on to either, maybe they can't speak to the teacher during that time, but they could take notes and email or whatnot, but that they would see the live lesson. And then when they go in the next day, they're going to be prepared for the next step.
The way that we have it structured is that the students would attend on Monday and Tuesday. Students could possibly watch, but the teachers would not have a way of really monitoring the mastery or the engagement because they would not be able to attend to those students that are not face-to-face. So Monday, Tuesday, would have a group of students that would come in face-to-face for instruction. Wednesday would be where the whole group would have the instruction by the teacher. And then we would switch for the goal team that would come on Thursday and Friday.
So are you saying Thursday and Friday, those students would learn what Monday and Tuesday students learned when they were in face-to-face?
Yes.
How in the world are you going to get through all of the curriculum doing that?
We definitely have to be strategic with the way that we provide the instruction. Hopefully, we will not have to stay in the hybrid model the entire school year. But based on just kind of the current data where we are, hopefully it will be very limited times. But we will definitely work with teachers on their lesson planning, their pacing, and their instruction to be able to do that. Students will also have different things that they will do during those learning days, as well as additional instructional videos that will be available.
Well, I am certain, because there's been a miscommunication here, I'm certain that there's been a miscommunication between the community in some respects as well, because people kept asking me, you know, well, what are they going to do? And I'm like, well, you can't do Monday, Tuesday, and then Thursday, Friday, the same lesson. How would you get it all covered? And that's the whole point of live streaming. Why would every classroom need a live stream if nobody's going to be logging in to watch it? This is what, I think this is the part that parents don't want. They don't want their students sitting at home doing lessons that aren't involving the teacher.
And that are just random.
Right, and they will be very well intentional and planned out, so they will not be
But
random.
they were supposedly that way through the spring and stuff.
Well, we've definitely looked at it and provided some enhancements and improvements since then. So I think there's maybe confusion as far as e-learning. E-learning, when we're all e-learning, that is during the time when everything will be live streamed. The teacher will be there and be able to engage and interact with the students.
I was specifically talking about the hybrid model. Like, how will you make sure students are on the same page and moving through the curriculum together?
Right.
And the only way to do that would be those that are sitting at home interacting virtually and seeing what the teacher's doing in the classroom at the same time that she's teaching it or he's teaching it.
Is there an additional question or?
No, I just think this is exactly what parents didn't want.
Well, and I'm hopeful that hopefully we do not have to spend a large amount of time in the hybrid model, but we're definitely working diligently to make sure that it's effective and that the instruction is effective as well, to be able to provide the instruction that is needed for our students. The next slide entails just looking at the difference between the virtual program and e-learning. I do notice that sometimes this can be a bit confusing, and people often use these terms interchangeably. So with looking at this, hopefully this will be able to clear up some of those misconceptions as with our parents and educators when we're looking at the different programs. So you can see outlined there that the difference between virtual and e-learning. And there's a lot of similarities with this, but the virtual, again, is our virtual academy, where there's a consistent schedule. So there would not be a change based on the community spread levels. These students will remain in the virtual option for the duration of the semester. With e-learning, this would be if there's something as such as we have with the governor closing all schools. That would be an example of when we would move to e-learning, as well as looking at just different options when we may have to close the school with no students.
This document is clear. The problem lies in when you say hybrid and you say some face-to-face, some e-learning. Well, when I see e-learning, I go straight back to this. And it's live stream, it's watching, it's doing at the same time. It's similar to the virtual program in that respect.
What I can do is definitely.
I mean, what will it take to make it to where if I'm a student going Monday and Tuesday, and Wednesday is a day that is the teacher can have to catch up with any student or do whatever needs to be done, and then the Thursday and Friday when the teacher has the other face-to-face, that I'm the Monday and Tuesday student, that I can live stream in on that, even if I'm not engaging, but I'm live streaming to do the same class.
It is an option, yes. We just would not be able to, at this point, now we will know more about the end of the week because we'll have better information as far as our staffing. It will be available, but there, as far as interaction and trying to see who's there, who's on task, the teacher will be monitoring the students that are face-to-face in the classroom.
Right, but I think that's what we were trying to, and that's what Kathy was trying to get at, is that instead of the student, the Monday and Tuesday student, on Thursday and Friday, just doing random activities through adminum and other activities like that, that they're actually getting up, signing in to the classroom and following through with the class where the teacher, and then those Thursday, Friday ones are getting up and signing in on Monday and Tuesday.
Exactly.
So the class keeps going forward and it stays on curriculum with the virtual academy. That everybody's staying in line with the same schedule instead of Monday and Tuesday, we're doing section A, Wednesday, whatever. Thursday and Friday, I'm doing section A. I mean, it should be Monday and Tuesday, section A, and Thursday and Friday, people are watching the Monday and Tuesday. We go through Wednesday, whatever Wednesday's gonna be, who knows? Thursday and Friday, we in section B, and Monday, Tuesday, people are watching that and can send in questions or whatever, even though they're not talking directly. they're gonna send in the assignments, but the teacher is face-to-face directly with the Thursday, Friday people, but it keeps that whole class moving forward together.
That is definitely an option, and we will definitely look at that, take that into
But I
consideration.
think that should be the option instead of what's being presented. I mean, what's being presented is,
The e-learning will not be random, it will be very intentional, but
I
we
understand
can
what you're
definitely.
saying. I understand that you're saying that it'll be very intentional and all that. Unless we keep that class moving together and we say, you're gonna have to sign in and log in with this class, and this class is gonna remain this way throughout the schedule. These kids are not gonna just voluntarily log in and just do these activities. The majority of them are not going to do it. It didn't happen through the spring, and it's not gonna happen doing it this way. And we're not gonna have parents that are gonna be able to do this with them. They're all gonna have to be doing the same thing. Doing this hybrid like this is just not, I just don't see it as a viable option.
You're saying it's repetitious, and basically they need to move on in order to cover more material.
Yeah, I mean,
I see what you're saying. Yeah, I
I'm
got
like Kathy, I don't see how in the world you're gonna, cover.
That way,
a curriculum.
but,
And then if you finish the semester and you've got people from virtual wanting to come in, well, gosh, virtual's gonna be so far ahead of where this group is because they've had to just piecemeal through this thing.
Because the unfortunate part is that, especially in this type of scenario and this setting, the teachers are going to have to cater to the lowest denominator and being able to move people forward because they're not together. And if everybody's together, face to face, every day, it's kind of like, okay, you're a little behind, let's get you up, let's do some extra work. But when you're trying to teach the same lesson Monday and Tuesday, and then again on Thursday and Friday, and keep up with the kids that might not be keeping up, you're not giving the kids that have the opportunity to kind of keep moving forward. You're just kind of holding them back, and they're just sitting there waiting on everyone else to keep up.
For a week.
And I just see that as and I promise I've said this every time that we have been in a meeting. I even emailed it in one of my questions to you. I have said this over and over again. We're going to live stream. They're going to be teaching at the same time. They're going to be watching in the class. If it's hybrid, if you're in the classroom and you're at home, you're going to be learning the same thing. And the answer was yes. And then now you're saying that's not.
No, my answer has not changed. It has been the same consistently whenever asked.
Well, there has clearly been a miscommunication because never at any point in time did I think, anytime you kept saying, or anyone brought up e-learning, I was, oh, it's not going to be like the spring. It's not going to be like the spring. Well, the spring was, here's some emailed information. Here, go find your lessons, log on and do them. Okay, and that sounds a lot like what the home days will be during hybrid. Here's your lessons, go find them and do them.
There is a difference. I will definitely take all of the information and as we're planning and moving forward. I can even add another column that explains hybrid more explicitly.
We got to vote.
Yes.
Today. And it's hard to vote when that's being given to us as our hybrid.
We will live stream, we can definitely live stream the classes. As of now,
I'm sorry, I interrupted you, and I apologize for doing that. You keep going. I apologize.
to answer your question as far as teachers, it was kind of like we saw with our student and our parent surveys. There's mixed views and mixed things as far as what they will do. Of course, most of them said that they will do whatever is needed.
for the students. I've gotten many emails just concerned about coming back face-to-face, period. So that has been a concern. So that has also been a concern when we're just looking at staffing our classrooms because of the number of teachers that are saying that they're concerned and uncomfortable with returning to any type of face-to-face instruction.
As you have talked to teachers about the hybrid model, what is their input on being able to have quality instruction that way?
I have only received positive responses in regards to the hybrid. Of course, ideally, they said that, they need the 5 days a week, face-to-face, but there has not been any concerns that have been, the teachers that I've talked to or anything that I have been sent in regards to the hybrid model.
Are the teachers that are concerned about coming back face-to-face, or those teachers that are signing up to teach virtual school?
Not all of them. Some of them are, but however, not all of the teachers will be able to teach virtual. So not all of the teachers that have signed up will necessarily have a space to teach virtual.
So would it take a lot to do it the way they're talking about me? What to do the live stream?
We can definitely figure it out.
One of the concerns that I have is doing it that way is that every teacher has been issued a laptop that has the webcam on it. If they're wanting to teach from their laptop during the day, using their Promethean board, using different things that they have on slideshows and slide decks, then that takes that camera away because they're actually teaching from this versus setting it up like this one right here to view the entire classroom. So that would be my only concern, is that we would then take their possible teaching tool away from them to be able to video it out from the equipment that we have right now. What that looks like by adding or purchasing more webcams, getting those attached to that, running that simultaneously. I've been texting Bill trying to figure out what that would look like. To see if that could be done with the same equipment, or are we looking at an additional laptop for every classroom to be able to run a virtual setting that way. If I'm teaching all e-learning students, I have my one device, I'm sitting here, I'm interacting this way versus turning it around and videoing over.
So what about the possibility of talking to teachers directly about what they think is going to work best for their classroom? So, say a chemistry teacher might say, no, I don't need that because I'm going to teach this material today and everybody's going to get to do their lab when they're physically here, either on Monday, Tuesday, or Thursday, Friday. So I don't need that option. But say someone who's strictly kind of teaching, AP psychology, most of that's probably talking and lecturing. So maybe that option would be good for them so that everybody can hear the lecture at the same time and they don't have a lot of examples or having to use their laptop or whatnot. So maybe it's something that different grade groups could handle differently, and different teachers could determine, yes, I really want that live stream option because I think I can better provide better instruction to all my students, and let the teachers make that call if that's something that they would feel strongly about. I'm saying it just from a parent's perspective and from what I've heard from other parents, in that the e-learning in the way that it was done in the spring and just getting students to log on there were so many vast array of experiences with it, and I feel like the majority that I have spoken with are just like, no, I don't want to do that kind of e-learning again. And the anticipation was that the e-learning would be like virtual when we had to use it. I don't know what to say. I'm not excited about the hybrid version, but I also would want teachers. I don't want to sit here and say that every classroom has to live stream if that's not what the teacher thinks is best for their class. But I think maybe some will say that's a good option for my class. And if they did, can we help them do that? So. I'm looking at your virtual academy notes. I'm really surprised that the amount of students that signed up from a 9th through 12th grade level is to me, I guess I expected more at the high school level. Is this kind of what you guys expected, or did you really even have an expectation at all? And I'm surprised so many from the grade school, like elementary level, signed up.
Really from the input that I've been receiving from parents, I was not necessarily surprised. Many, of course, their desire is for their students to be back in school face-to-face, 5 days a week. But they expressed just the concern with our current data and the current community spread levels. That is why they are leaning more towards the virtual academy for our elementary students, just because of just where we are right now data-wise with the community spread.
You've got a couple of 9th graders that look like they're in a middle school category. Is that just kind of a?
The question was, what school are you currently enrolled? So the parents selected Lawrence Middle 9th grade.
Okay.
And so whenever that data, we would tweak those out to the high school.
Gotcha.
But you see some of that as 6th grade in the elementary schools too. So
Gotcha.
that was just basically thinking they're currently enrolled in this school, but going to that grade, so.
So for our virtual academy, total enrollment, approximately 1,700 students. Again, we do continue to see this change throughout. So based on this number, this will require reassignment of approximately 70 existing teachers to the virtual academy. So this could result in higher class sizes in the building, which would mean that although we have more students going virtual, it is not freeing up additional space for us to stay in the green phase because those teachers are coming out of those schools. So
is that 70 teachers just from our district?
correct, yes.
So the 70 teachers would be because we're limiting the number of students per class in the virtual?
We feel that in order for it to be effective, we didn't want to have 35, 40 students in a classroom, just for the mere sake of even management, where with the teachers being able to engage and interact with them while they're on screen. It sometimes gets a little more difficult to manage when you have that number of students that are on the virtual platform.
So how many are we putting in a class?
We're looking at, and it will depend on the class and the grade level. So I would say an average of maybe 25 students. Average.
And are those, so are we taking is our first step going to be to take our teachers and our students and kind of pair them together for the virtual academy? And then combine with 56 when the need is there?
Yes, there may be a case, let's say, for example, at 56 may only have 2 first graders signed up. So in a case such as that, we would pair them, we would put them with one of our first grade teachers. So based on the numbers, that will kind of be a determining factor. We don't see that as much until we look at some of our high school specific courses. In general, we would have enough to have those classes with our teachers. But in the event there's a class that we would not have enough to make up a class, we would hopefully be able to combine with 55 and 56 to create that one class and have that teacher.
Do you happen to know how many 56 has signed up yet?
So
Or at this
400,
point?
They're close to 400. They were like mid 350, 360 yesterday, midday. So I know they've got several after their parent meeting last night.
And the 70 existing teachers, I know you've had some that have expressed that they want to teach virtually. Do you have a good fit and a mix of, you know, we've got a couple of kindergarten teachers, a couple of first grade teachers, and these aren't all like, you know, all of our high school teachers. I mean, is there a good mix so far? Have you been able to really dig that deep?
there is a pretty good mix. We're still kind of really fine tuning that by looking at all of their certifications. So Human Resources Department has been working on the spreadsheet with all the certifications for the teachers that are interested so that we can know what capacity that we'll be able to use them. And then again, once we have all the numbers in too, we'll be able to say, oh, we have a need for this, we have too many fine arts teachers or too many special education teachers, so we'll be able to determine once we really look at our final numbers.
And how will, once January rolls around and we want to roll into second semester, and some of the students that signed up for virtual just for the first semester, and you know, we're trying to get back to something normal and they want to come back to school. Will we, when they transition back to school, will we be able to fold those teachers back in the right places? Is that the plan?
That's the plan.
To pull
Yes.
them back over?
Yes.
Okay.
What are we doing with the teacher assistants that have been in classrooms that, like in the Montessori classrooms and special education, special ed classrooms? What are we doing with those teacher aides? Are they going to be assigned to other job responsibilities or?
Yes, ma'am. We've looked at different options and it's really going to depend again on our actual kind of plan, how we're starting school. But we will have those teacher assistants either working, assisting in the classroom, especially if there is the live stream and monitoring e-learning students as well. We also just looked at some different options with even teachers, children's and things of the children of the teachers. But we're definitely looking at different options of the best way that we can utilize them. We'll definitely need their assistance as it relates to, we're looking at temperature checks, and we're talking about all those things during the day. But we are definitely looking at putting them in the right place to help. We also talked about we will have additional space in the building. So there may be times when we're looking at doing those small groups that we may have to separate and have a teacher assistant possibly take them across the hall to work on something. And then the teacher work with the students as well in the classroom. So we're definitely working on utilizing them. Once we know exactly the teachers that we have, we'll be able to put them in. As it relates to special education, those teachers will probably continue to be with those special education teachers with those students.
So those classrooms are going to remain as is with face-to-face, right?
Yes, ma'am. There may be some cases where We have very medically fragile children, and those parents are concerned about them coming in face to face. So there'll be different options for them, but we're definitely looking at offering that to have them come in 5 days a week face to face.
So if we had any teacher assistant that signed like a letter of intent or whatever that they signed, they would still have a job. I mean, we would still be paying them, even though we're on like a e-learning or hybrid or anything. They're not gonna be like out of a job until we go back fully.
Correct, they will still be employed and getting paid.
No.
Oh, it's my fault. What about PE?
We will definitely continue to have our related arts classes. They just may look a little differently. We're following, the cleaning guidelines, social distancing guidelines, but we will still have those, even for the virtual academy option as well, those will be available. So we're still, that's still in our plan for their physical education.
Would they like, I mean, like the kids would report to the gym or outside or something with face-to-face to do that kind of stuff? I'm guessing they wouldn't be like playing basketball or
Correct.
that kind of.
So there will be different activities that the teachers will have planned that they will be able to do that would follow the guidelines.
One of the things that I was reading on Lexington 5, I don't know if that's the right district or not, but that they're doing face-to-face, all their students, but they're requiring masks. And with the mask, the social distance guidelines is 3 feet if you wear a mask, and then 6 feet without. Is that something that we've looked at and being able to get all of our students in the classroom if everyone wears a mask all the time?
We have looked at that and talked about that. The question or the problem that was presented is the students wearing the mask all the time, all day, every day has been a concern. And even with that, when we're looking at situations that have occurred, even though an individual may have had on a mask, but they were in the presence of someone that may have tested positive for 15 minutes or more, then that still requires to follow the guidelines as far as quarantine if that person's positive. So,
So 15 minutes is the standard.
yes. So as far as the guidelines and protocols, we do want our teachers to wear face shields or masks. There will be mask breaks that will be scheduled. If they're in a place where they're able to be socially distant, then they definitely would not have to have that on continuously. However, for those that may not be able to wear masks, the face shields will be there as an option for them to choose if for some medical reason they cannot wear a mask. We talked about earlier about students in grades K through 2 with the temperature checks. And then we have the 5 questionnaire as well that the students and staff will do. And then we talked about also the transition time when social distancing is not possible, if they're taking a group of students to the bathroom, things of that nature. We would ask the students to wear masks during those times as well. They will be available in schools and on the bus. Hand sanitizer as well will be available at every entrance and in the classrooms as well as on the buses. Students seated 6 feet apart, frequent hand washing, and we will definitely continue to increase our cleaning and sanitizing. And this is just a reiteration of our state bus recommendations. And again, we are looking at the model to where we have one student per seat, unless they are from the same household.
If they're related, they don't live together, is that okay? Yeah, it's a whole-
The guidelines have pretty much been from the same household.
Have you been able, and you may not have even looked at this yet, but have you been able to determine if you would have any less bus routes as far as, some you said you're gonna have to run twice, some maybe 3 times. Have you been able to determine if that could change based on the virtual academy numbers?
We do not have that information. I was looking to see if Dr. Penland was in here. I know he has been in constant communication with Mr. Stevens, Director of Transportation. And Dr. Penland, do you have any additional information with our number of virtual academy? Does that affect our bus routes?
We have not pulled the bus rider list yet from that group. We do have our current, going back to the virtual academy, we do have our special ed department identifying all those with an IEP. So we can identify how many students we would need to be served through the virtual academy with either their speech, resource, or race, or those classes.
As far as the virtual academy goes and students in special ed with IEPs, if their students currently with a shadow for school and they sign up for virtual academy, will that shadow be able to assist that student with their online class or classes?
They will not be available as far as like at the home. We could definitely, there may be some provisions to where there's some assistance that's provided virtually, but we will not be assigning shadows or AEAs to students at home. Okay, are there, and we are working on the logistics regarding the temperature checks based on the recommendations from the work session, as well as, which we had started this process with purchasing the temperature check equipments that are, that you can have at the entrances as well. So, we've been getting different information and comparing pricing for that as well.
How many people we have check? For example, that's.
Right, well, we'll definitely have to work out the logistics of that. For example, like at an elementary school, when the students are getting out of the car, we could have all of those that are helping with them getting out of the car, do the temperature checks. So there's different ways that we'll be able to do that, although in that case, we'll probably just have to do all of the students because it will probably be time consuming when we're trying to figure out grade levels and things of that nature. So it would just be all of the students that are getting out of the car.
So we're purchasing a large amount of it, right?
Yes, sir.
So I have I just checked my email, pulling up for the next meeting, and had a parent that had emailed to say that that she thought that the instruction for the hybrid model days would be 2 days of face-to-face, 3 days at home, but all would be live with the teacher. And she's saying, how can the curriculum be taught? That she has a daughter in the 11th grade that already feels pushed to complete. And then says that if the daughter has e-learning of teaching on off days, the material is just repeated. That she's not getting 5 days of learning.
we're moving along, but we do have some time constraints. I have asked Mr. Murray to, come before us, since this is, a road we've never been down to the board, to explain the policies or pursue policies that apply to what the decisions we're getting ready to make. And, so we're all on the same page, know exactly where we're going.
Hello, everyone. Day on. Yes, Mr. Bell asked me to do a quick policy review check just to kind of see where we are in terms of the board's responsibilities with regard to the operational plans. And there are quite a few policies that do reference the issue. Generally, all of the policies give the operational authority to the superintendent based on the board's selection of the superintendent to be the lead administrator for the school district. Some examples: board member authority and responsibilities. The board and its members will deal with administrative services through the superintendent and will not give orders to any subordinates of the superintendent, either publicly or privately, but may make suggestions and recommendations. Under board superintendent relationship, it says select a competent, established educational leader as superintendent and support that person in the discharge of assigned duties, and allow the superintendent to administer the schools, with the board's responsibility being to adopt the school curriculum, textbooks, and the annual school calendar. Those addressed in the absence of policy in cases where a policy decision must be made and the board has provided no guide for administrative action, the superintendent will have the power to act. Policy CA says the board is devoted to and legally charged with responsibility for providing an instructional program for the children within the community it serves. The board will rely on its chief executive officer, the superintendent of schools, to provide professional administrative leadership. The administration of this school system is responsible within the guidelines established by board policy for the direction and coordination of students and staff in their efforts to reach educational goals adopted by the board. The board expects the administration to specialize in the following: the planning, organization, implementation, and evaluation of educational programs and services. Policy CB on school superintendent says because we believe the total responsibility for the administration of the school system should rest with the superintendent, the board has a responsibility for developing a systematic means of evaluating the superintendent's effectiveness and implementing the objectives expressed in policies. The superintendent's duties and responsibilities include administer the development and maintenance of a positive educational program designed to meet the needs of the community. So all of those policies lead to the idea that operational issues are the superintendent's responsibility and don't actually require a board vote. But there is another policy, policy BBA, on board powers and duties, that does say the board has final authority within the law for the operation of schools. No section of these policies and procedures may be construed to limit the statutory powers of the board to exercise its own judgment on the basis of the recommendation of the superintendent. So while you may not be required to vote on the proposed operational dynamics, you may vote to require a specific operational action or revision to whatever the plans are that have been presented to you. So it's still kind of convoluted. I don't know if that addresses your questions, Mr. Bell. Generally speaking, you hire the superintendent.
I just wanted to make sure, since it's uncharted territory, that everybody knew exactly where we stood on what our responsibilities are here to proceed forward.
Well, what are they? I mean, I'm still confused.
I thought we were here to sit on the calendar and vote on going back to school.
And that's what he just said.
The calendar is one of your primary responsibilities to
And
vote
there were
on
2
and approve
minutes
that.
late starting a board meeting because of the little show, so.
Well, there's been a lot of extra talk today that could have been saved 2 minutes.
If you're ready to go.
Any questions from Mr. Murray?
That's what we're here for, Mr. Chair, saying that we will always have an opportunity to say everything that we want to say. Isn't that what you said to me time and time and time again?
I did that. Any questions, Mr. Murray? Hearing none, Do I have a motion for adjournment?
So moved.
Second, Mr. Carter. Show of hands. Take a 5-minute recess and then convene in the business meeting. We all want to go straight into it.
Those of you watching, we will be switching to the board meeting link in just a moment. It'll be posted on Facebook and on Twitter. Thank you for viewing this morning.